underage girls given little more than a slap of the wrist. Who else should be held accountable? And what must we continue to do to make sure this never happens again? We owe the survivors and the public the answers and more. And with that, I thank you, and I yield back.
Thank you. Thank you, Congresswoman. We're going to, of course, hear some opening testimony from survivors and advocates who will speak about the failure of our justice system to protect them, others, and certainly to hold Epstein and so many others accountable. They're going to each provide some opening remarks. I do want to introduce them briefly. We're going to hear from Danny Bensky, who is an advocate, dance teaching artist, choreographer, and Epstein survivor. As an educator of the arts, Danny's advocacy derives from creating a safer world for her students and future generations. She is a public speaker and hopes that by sharing her story, we can get an inside perspective into grooming and how abuse can happen and how systems fail people. Danny was abused by Jeffrey Epstein in 2004 and 2005 when she was just 17 years old and working as a dancer in New York City. She has since spoken out about the government's handling of the case and pursued legal action. And of course, the amount of courage is incredible. I want to thank, of course, Danny for being here. We'll also hear from Rosa. Rosa is testifying under her first name and under that name only, just for her own safety. She was recruited in Uzbekistan by a modeling agent, co-conspirator, and brought to the US with promises of a career. She met Jeffrey Epstein in 2009 and was abused over several years. With her immigration status used to keep her from leaving, Rosa is a fighter, a coach, a wife, and a stepmother. And her courage, of course, is immense, and we want to thank Rosa for being here. We're going to hear from Courtney Wild, who was abused by Jeffrey Epstein in Palm Beach beginning at the age of 14. Courtney is a mom, advocate, and survivor. She later brought a lawsuit against the federal government over the non-prosecution agreement that allowed Epstein to avoid federal charges. And she will speak about its lasting impact on survivors. We're also going to hear from Jenna Lisa Jones, who was abused by Jeffrey Epstein in Florida when she was 14 years old. She has spoken publicly about her experience and about her disappointment with the failure to fully release information related to this case. She is a mom, a wife, and a founding survivor of Survivors, Inc. We're going to also hear from Spencer Kuvin, who is an attorney who represented some of the earliest survivors to come forward against Epstein, and he spent years advocating on behalf of victims. He will speak about the failures in the original prosecution and the impact those failures have had on survivors. We'll also hear from Lauren Hirsch, who's a former prosecutor and an advocate working to combat trafficking and exploitation. She will discuss the ongoing efforts by survivors and advocates to seek accountability and justice. We will also hear from Maria Farmer by video, who's the first person to report Jeffrey Epstein's abuse to authorities in 1996. She'll be providing video testimony. Finally, Sky and Amanda Roberts are here. We all, of course, know their incredible courage, and they'll be reading a brief statement as well. We will continue, of course, to honor Virginia's memory, her legacy, and her tireless fight for justice. I want to especially thank the witnesses for being here and for your enormous courage. You are doing, obviously, a service, not just to all of the women and girls that have suffered, but to every single American woman and American girl in this country who need to be believed and who need to know that when they report a horror against them, that the government is going to believe them and is going to stand up for them. And so thank you for your courage today. I now am going to hear a video that Maria Farmer wanted folks to hear about. And so we're going to go ahead and play that. So Ms.
My
Farmer,
name is Maria Farmer. I am the whistleblower who reported Jeffrey Epstein, Ghislaine Maxwell, Les Wexner, and others to the FBI 30 years ago in 1996. Today, I apologize for my appearance. I was not well enough to attend this hearing in person and have recently been released from the hospital. That's the result of 30 years of fighting. For 3 decades, I've carried a weight that no survivor should ever have to bear. I reported what I believed were heinous crimes against children, and these individuals responsible were involved in an international pedophile ring. I reported their crimes in real time, and the government continues to ignore me to this day. In 1996, I reported Epstein and his co-conspirators to my local New York City 6th precinct. The commanding officer told me local police could only address the local arson crimes, and he instructed me to immediately report the whole story, spanning several states, to the FBI. He told me that it was vitally important that I tell the whole story to the FBI, which I did. The FBI asked me questions, said they were familiar with some of the perpetrators I identified, and gave me every reason to believe they would respond. That failure, that single moment when law enforcement refused to take action, set off a cascade of injustice and grave repercussions to my sisters, my family, and so many others, and to me personally, including my health and well-being. The FBI's decades of failure and inaction led to countless more girls and young women suffering abuse and trauma that could have been prevented. Individuals like Virginia Giuffre, Anushka DeGiorgio, Shantae Davies, Marika Chartoni, Danny Bensky, Jenna Lisa Jones, Ashley Rubre, and Jennifer Rose, among others. Each survivor represents a life changed forever, suffering that could have been spared if the FBI had done their job in 1996. The failures did not stop there. In 2006, the FBI tracked me down, stating that they searched for me because they knew I had reported Epstein 10 years earlier and no one else had. They urged me to testify in a federal criminal trial against Epstein and his co-conspirators, and they promised that they would get him this time. I trusted them again, relied upon them again, and they betrayed me again. Rather than following through with their promises, the government offered Epstein a sweetheart deal and shielded powerful individuals from accountability, and they persist in granting special treatment to certain people to this day. I have received death threats from Maxwell and her associates, including one instance where they threatened to burn my apartment down. And those threats have not stopped. I have been subjected to more than 3 decades of ongoing harassment, vicious challenges to my truthfulness, and real danger from internet instigators, trolls, and more. Meanwhile, my numerous efforts to obtain my 1996 report from the FBI have been rejected time and again. In 2023, I wrote a letter to the government asking for an investigation of the government's actions or inactions in response to my 1996 report. The Inspector General replied saying they were busy with other things, would get back to me, and they never did. I sent multiple FOIA requests for my FBI report records. In January 2025, in response to my most recent request, the government said that they would get back to me in November of 2027, a delay of 3 years. I finally received a letter saying they looked at my complaint, took some kind of action, and the matter was addressed, but what they did was a secret. With no other choice, I filed an administrative claim against the government and then a lawsuit. Since then, virtually nothing has happened, and I'm left waiting and wondering what is next. With the passage of the Epstein Files Transparency Act, after years of efforts to get my records, an FD 71 form was released for the first time, confirming just a small part of my 1996 whistleblower report and vindicating some of what I had said for years. However, the full extent of what I told the FBI was not in that document, so the release of the Epstein files provides only partial relief for me. Where is the evidence I provided of my sexual assaults and that of my sister Annie? Why won't the FBI release my full report? The failures of those sworn to protect us have overwhelmed me. Doing my civic duty has cost me dearly. The stress of this trauma, the government hiding and refusing to turn over written confirmation of my 96 report, along with the ongoing harassment and death threats, have contributed to me developing serious health issues, including Hodgkin's lymphoma, a brain tumor, and recently Addison's disease. In the last month, I have spent 23 nights in hospitals, including multiple nights in the ICU. Along with my health, it has robbed me of my career. In 1996, I was fresh out of graduate school and living a life that I had always dreamed, creating and selling art in New York City. When I was assaulted, threatened, held captive, my career was halted, and the trajectory of my life was thrown off course. So many others had their dreams shattered by these crimes, and they could have been prevented. Individuals like Virginia Giuffre, who is the backbone of this case and remains the inspiration behind this fight. She's the reason my sister and I came forward publicly so we could stand together. She faced also relentless attacks to her credibility online, yet she fought. While Virginia may no longer be physically beside us, she's been our shining star and guiding light and remains so today. The rest of humanity owes it to her legacy to continue this quest. We are still walking down the trail that Virginia blazed for us, so let me be direct about what we need. The federal government owes us explanations, accountability for injuries caused, and a promise of systemic change when crimes against children are reported. Accountability should start with the government's acknowledgement and responsibility for their repeated failures to act in response to my 1996 report. The government needs to take responsibility for endangering and injuring girls and young women. The government needs to start telling the truth, face my lawsuit, and be held to account to me and to all others who have been harmed. Had the FBI done their job, 30 years of child sex abuse and trauma could have been avoided. I want my full FBI file, including the 96 and 2006 reports, including my art. We also need the FBI and the Department of Justice to fully investigate every lead in this case. We need investigation and prosecution of everyone responsible, both men and women. This includes the officials who enabled the 2008 sweetheart deal, the other perpetrators and the many co-conspirators, and anyone who is currently shielding powerful individuals from justice. No more protection for the guilty. There must be no pardoning or commuting the sentence of Maxwell, who sexually abused me, my minor sister, hurt so many girls and other young women, and personally threatened to kill me, has shown no remorse, and has demonstrated no basis on which to believe she would ever be truthful. As the Epstein case whistleblower, I have waited 3 decades for justice. It's a miracle I'm still fighting, especially considering what the stress of 3 decades of this case has done to my health and well-being. I will keep fighting for justice and transparency, for a better, safer future for the next generation. Thank you.
Well, thank you. And obviously, I know we don't often get to hear from Ms. Farmer, and we're just very grateful that she chose to address, obviously, us and the country. I also want to thank her sister, Annie Farmer, who has been an incredible advocate, a survivor, of course, herself, and has really worked to share her sister's story and her own story whenever possible. We're going to hear some opening remarks also from Sky and Amanda Roberts. And so I would ask them to join us here at the podium. And I want to thank them also for their courage and for being here.
Thank you, Representative Garcia and all members here today. We deeply appreciate the opportunity to be here. Obviously wish Virginia was here to do this herself, but I will do my best to keep it together and to get through this. My name is Sky Roberts, and I am the younger brother of Virginia Roberts Giuffre. I am here today because without Virginia's courage and her story, we would not be having this conversation about accountability. In the summer of 2000, just steps away from this courtroom at Mar-a-Lago, Virginia was recruited by convicted trafficker Ghislaine Maxwell. She was only 16 years old, a child who had just finished 10th grade when she began being trafficked. Before her passing, Virginia gave sworn testimony exposing this for what it truly was: a global sex trafficking operation enabled, protected, and funded by powerful people. For years, survivors have been asked the same question: who were the names? The truth is, many survivors stay silent because many of these individuals still hold power, wealth, and influence in our society. Point blank, period. That is dangerous. No survivor should have to risk their own safety just to be believed. But Virginia, she did it anyway. She stood up when others were afraid, told the truth under oath, and faced people she knew were powerful. Today, we lean on her courage once again, because she believed accountability should reach everyone involved, no matter their status or influence. If Virginia were here today, she would say these words herself. Since she cannot, I will say them for her as her little brother. And with that, I'd like to share Virginia's own words from her sworn deposition dated May 3rd, 2016. They trafficked me to many people. Okay, please name a person that Ghislaine Maxwell directed you to have sex with. Prince Andrew. Okay, who else? As a whole, they both trafficked me to many people. Okay, so can you please tell me when Ghislaine Maxwell asked you to have sex with another person? Glenn Dubin. Who else? Well, Redacted is another one. Ghislaine Maxwell asked you to have sex with Redacted? And Glenn Dubin and Steve Kaufman were, like I said, the first people I was sent to after my training. And where does Alan Dershowitz fit into this group of people? Same. I can't tell you piece by piece by piece who. I know Glenn Dubin was first. Okay. And I know Stephen Kaufman was one of the first that I was sent to. Alan Dershowitz could have been between there, between Glenn and Stephen. This is only a small sample of the thousands of stories that still remain untold. But the question today is no longer whether names exist. The question is, what will Congress and the Department of Justice do about it? Even if only a handful of names are publicly known, will there finally be investigations and accountability? With that, I'd like to turn it over to my wife, Amanda Roberts.
First, I want to thank this committee and Representative Garcia and everyone here who continues to fight with us for accountability, but most importantly, standing with survivors. Virginia's story was harrowing, and as you heard my husband speak, she wasn't afraid to say the names. We are talking about millions of files, sworn testimony, depositions, emails, flight records, bank records, photographs, videos, and evidence collected over decades. Evidence that points to a network, not just two people who trafficked and abused over 1,200 victims, girls, children, women, and boys. Epstein and Maxwell did not act alone, and Palm Beach was the blueprint. It was the center for expansion. So when this Department of Justice says there is nothing to see here, survivors know exactly what that sounds like. A cover-up. Virginia wrote in Nobody's Girl, "Don't be fooled by those in Epstein's circle who said they didn't know what Epstein was doing." That sentence should guide this committee's work. Because I don't recall is not enough. When people like Les Wexner are asked about Epstein's finances and alleged connections to his network, the public deserves real answers and investigations. When Howard Lutnick has given changing accounts about his association with Epstein, that deserves scrutiny, resignations, and investigations. When former Prince Andrew denied knowing Virginia, despite evidence and testimony surrounding that encounter, that deserves scrutiny and investigation. And when Acting Attorney General Todd Blanche met with Ghislaine Maxwell, a convicted sex trafficker accused of perjury, and shortly after was moved to a minimum security prison, that demands answers and investigations. So today we are including contempt proceedings, as the record has shown that this DOJ has violated the law. Second, state investigations must continue and expand in New Mexico, New York, Florida, the Virgin Islands, and everywhere this network operated. Third, this committee must issue further subpoenas and required alleged co-conspirators, enablers, financiers, and witnesses to testify under oath. Fourth, follow the money. Financial records are not secondary. They may be the key to exposing the full network. Suspicious payments, shell entities, possible tax violations, money laundering, and transactions connected to trafficking and abuse must be investigated aggressively, because financial crimes can open the door and lead to real prosecutions. And finally, the Epstein and Maxwell investigations must be reopened, not partially, not quietly, but fully. Survivors and the public deserve the truth, and enablers must no longer hide behind wealth, power, or silence. Thank you.
Thank you both very much for those words. We are going to begin and hear some opening statements from our witnesses. So I want to just start by thanking Ms. Wild, who's going to be recognized now for her opening 5-minute statement. Ms. Wild.
Hello, my name is Courtney Wild. When I was 14 years old, I was abused by Jeffrey Epstein. He abused me until I was 17 years old. What happened to me was terrible, but what happened after that by our own government changed my life just as much. I came here today to ask for one simple thing, to make sure this never happens again. I filed a case under the Crime Victims' Rights Act because government secretly made a deal with Jeffrey Epstein. They signed a non-prosecution agreement. They made the deal behind closed doors. They never told me, and they never told any of us. Instead, they sent letters telling me to be patient, even though they knew the case was already over. For years, I believed there was an investigation happening. There wasn't. When I found out the truth, I went to my lawyer, Brad Edwards. He took my case in 2008, and he fought for me against the government for over a decade. We wanted to do the right thing for all victims. Together, we wanted answers to a simple question: how could this happen? We had to fight all the way to the 11th Circuit, which took years to get the emails between the government and Jeffrey's lawyers to help us understand what happened. When we finally got them, they showed something I will never forget. The government wasn't trying to negotiate with Epstein's lawyers. It looked like the government was trying to make him happy. They were trying to make sure that the punishment they were going to give him was okay with him. It seemed like they had forgotten that there were 40 of us kids who had been abused by him. I was so confused because where I come from, if you commit a crime, you go to jail. I have never heard the feds of letting you help them decide which crimes they were going to charge you with, or if you're cool with how long you're going to spend in jail. But I thought, what do I know? Maybe that's how it works for rich guys. That's how it did work for Jeffrey Epstein. Finally, after 10 years of fighting, in 2019, a federal judge finally ruled that my rights and that the rights of other victims were violated by the non-prosecution agreement. But there was nothing that could be done about it. There was no remedy. I just want to say it again. I'm sorry, I have to. The court found that the government violated the law and nothing happened. That means the law, the Crime Victims' Rights Act, 18 U.S.C. 3771, does not matter. And if the law has no consequences, it doesn't protect anybody. I was lucky to have a lawyer willing to fight for me for almost a decade. A lot of victims won't find that, especially in this case where everybody made us feel like we were crazy. So I'm asking you to fix that. Please fix the Crime Victims' Rights Act so it could actually help victims in the future. I have my own ideas and my lawyers have more ideas, but I really hope that if nothing comes of this, we can finally get the legislation right. There needs to be a clear definition of what it means to meaningfully confer with victims. I'm still not sure what that actually means, but I know it never happened for me. There must be real consequences and penalties in the statute that apply automatically when a court determines that a victim's rights have been violated. The answer after years and years of litigation cannot be nothing happens when you finally win and prove that your rights have been violated. If prosecutors choose to ignore victims, those victims' voices must be put on the record, memorialized, and preserved, especially when a deal is made behind closed doors. There needs to be attorneys' fees provision so victims can find lawyers who will stand up for them. If those changes had existed back then, maybe what had happened to me and so many others would have not happened. My case against the government for violating the rights of at least 40 of us Palm Beach kids was happening from 2008 to 2019. Do you know how many other girls Jeffrey abused in that time period? I bet the FBI knows. But the point is that Epstein continued to abuse other girls in New York, New Mexico, around the world, and even still here in Florida, well, after he was released in 2009, and everybody knew it. There were lawsuits, there were so many new articles, he was a registered sex offender, and still nothing was done by the government. Not until 2019 when he was finally arrested. None of those girls should have ever been abused. Jeffrey Epstein should have been in jail. If he had been in jail like any other man who did the same thing as him, he would have been, and there wouldn't have been a single victim after 2009. But he wasn't, and he did. He abused so many girls after 2009 at the same exact time that I was asking the government why he got the deal and why they violated my rights. That is the real injustice here. That is the real thing we need to prevent from ever happening again in this country. I was there for his bail hearing in 2019, and I spoke to the judge right in front of him about how dangerous he was. The bail was denied, and for the first time, I thought we might finally get justice. A month later, he was dead. Once again, the system failed us. Someone let him die in a secure prison, ensuring that he would never be held accountable for what he did to me as a kid. Since then, there have been prosecutions, there have been civil cases, there have been settlements, but none of that changes what was lost, and none of that fixes what was allowed to happen in the first place. We fought for years to get Jeffrey Epstein arrested. We fought to hold people accountable. We did not fight so that this could turn into something political or so that our rights would be violated once again. I lost years of my life fighting this, and so did many others. We did that so the next victim wouldn't have to. So don't let this work be in vain. Make the Crime Victims' Rights Act matter. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Ms. Wild. Ms. Jones, you are now recognized for your opening statement.
Ranking member and members of Congress, my name is Jenalisa Jones. I was 14 years old when I was abused by Jeffrey Epstein in Palm Beach. It has taken me many years to find my voice. For a long time, I stayed silent because I was afraid and because I did not understand why this happened to me. When I finally came forward, I made a commitment to use my voice responsibly. I'm here today to do exactly that. Last September, I went to Washington, D.C. along the other survivors with a simple request: transparency and accountability. We asked you to help us understand how Jeffrey Epstein was given a non-prosecution agreement, even though the government had evidence that he had sexually abused dozens of children, including me. We asked how he was allowed to leave jail in 2009 and continue harming young girls. We asked for answers that would hold our government accountable for its actions. We still do not have those answers. Instead, what we received caused harm all over again, including too many of our survivor sisters who had never come forward before and who never wanted their names or abuse to become public. The Department of Justice released documents that exposed our names, our social security numbers, and deeply personal information. Survivors' and identities were made public. Husbands learned about their wives' abuse for the first time. Children learned about the abuse of their mothers from reporters, from strangers on the internet, and in some cases, from other kids at school. Some survivors learned that friends had also been abused only because they saw their names in those documents. Others saw the most intimate details of their own trauma publicly exposed. Our privacy was violated. The government promised us over and over again that our information would be protected and properly redacted. Those promises were broken again. We came to you seeking answers for why our rights were violated in 2007. And in the process of asking for those answers, our rights were violated again. I want to believe that each of you in this room is listening because you truly care, not just about us, but about every child in this country who survived sexual abuse. If Congress and the Department of Justice truly want to do right by the survivors, the path forward is not complicated. Acknowledge the failures. When Jeffrey Epstein was set free in 2009, and again when our privacy was shattered earlier this year, take responsibility and provide meaningful remedies to the women who have been harmed over and over again. Please do not force us to relive this through more litigation. Pass a law requiring the Department of Justice to compensate victims for the harm that they had caused by releasing the names and information. That would show that this is truly about helping victims. Second, with respect to our ongoing investigations, please remember this. Jeffrey Epstein is dead. Ghislaine Maxwell is in prison. Do not pardon Maxwell. If there are other men who hurt women, hold them accountable, but please leave the survivors alone. If you subpoenaed someone to testify before your committees and she tells you she is a victim, listen to her. Believe her. Respect her trauma. Jeffrey tried to paint his victims as bad guys to avoid responsibility for himself. Please learn and understand that. Sharing our stories should be a choice. The choice I was able to make today. It should never be something survivors are forced to do. The girls who were groomed by Ghislaine Maxwell and abused by Jeffrey Epstein should not be treated like criminals. Please learn the stories of the women who have been harmed before you force them to testify in a room full of strangers about the worst moments of their lives. Jeffrey Epstein destroyed so many of our lives, and Ghislaine Maxwell helped him do it. Do not blame their survivors for the crimes of the abusers. That is not how the story should end. Find a way to bring closure to the story of Jeffrey Epstein, to allow survivors and this country to finally begin to move forward so that one day, and I pray soon, Jeffrey Epstein's name is no longer something we are forced to hear every single day. And my last point, I'm not here today only to talk about the past. I am here for the children who are sitting in the classroom today, children who may be vulnerable, confused, and unsure of what is happening to them. When I was a teenager, I did not have the language to understand what was happening to me. I did not know who to tell. I did not know where to go. Many of us didn't. We were young and we were manipulated. We were left without the tools or the support we needed. That is something Congress can change. Every middle school and high school student in this country should receive education on the signs of sexual abuse and exploitation. What it looks like, how to recognize it, and how to safely report it. Schools should have trained adults, accessible resources, so that no child feels as lost or as alone as we did. I have worked with other survivors to start a nonprofit called the Survivors Inc. because not everyone who has been abused has access to strong legal representation, therapy, or support systems. I became a certified life coach. I believe in giving others the support I wish I had. Though the survivors, we are able to provide these services to people who have been abused so they can begin their healing journey too. I'm proud of that work, but individual efforts are not enough. Real change requires leadership at a national level. You have the power to make sure that happens to us does not happen again on this scale. I believe one of the most important places to begin is in our schools. Train teachers, educate students, give children a place to turn when they feel they have nowhere else to go. Together, we can do better for the next generation.
Thank you so much. Ms. Spencer, you are now recognized for your opening statement. Thank you.
Thank you. Hello, my name is Danny Bensky. I was abused by Jeffrey Epstein in 2004 and 2005. That was 8 years after Maria Farmer first reported Jeffrey to the FBI. Although discussing my abuse is far from easy, I live with diagnosed PTSD from that experience. My story is actually one of the safest stories to tell. The key abuser who caused me physical harm is dead. It's imperative to understand that the stories you are hearing today are a tiny fraction of the whole. I am one of more than 1,200 girls and women. I don't face the same level of threats of defamation lawsuits and serious risks to my safety as some of my survivor sisters do. While there are co-conspirators who do need to be held accountable for the parts that they played in the operation of my own abuse, I was trafficked only to Jeffrey, which really, unfortunately, is not the case for so many others. I was groomed prior to meeting Jeffrey. I grew up in the dance world where perfectionism, body image issues ran rampant in a world that was built on hierarchy and secrecy. I would have my body criticized, critiqued, and manipulated, not so different from what I initially experienced with Jeffrey. I was trafficked to Jeffrey. I had 2 recruiters. One was a late teen, and the other was only 15 years old, just trying to escape her own abuse. Jeffrey weaponized my aspirations and dreams by speaking the language of dance and making false promises. My mom had been diagnosed with a brain tumor. I had seen the name Epstein listed on a donor wall and believed that his wealth and power had come from the medical profession. I brought him her scans, hoping to understand her diagnosis. Instead of helping her, he used my mother's brain scans over me, giving me an ultimatum: either recruit more girls or do more for him. I didn't end up recruiting anyone, and instead just endured the abuse. In May of 2005, my mother had a successful operation at Mount Sinai to remove the tumor, and I finally extricated myself from Jeffrey's web. The Epstein case demonstrates that institutional systems have failed survivors time and time again. I was first subpoenaed in 2008 for an interview. I was just 20 years old, and without a victim's rights advocate or a lawyer, I didn't know that I was entitled to those protections. No one told me I was safe. And for many parts of my interview, it felt like an interrogation. Jeffrey had already threatened my friend, and he had told me that I would be charged with prostitution if I ever interacted with law enforcement. He made it clear that he held the cards. The passage of the Epstein Files Transparency Act was a moment in which survivors hoped and believed that we might see some reckoning. But the system yet again failed survivors. Before the first document dump by the DOJ, my lawyer teamed up with another law firm representing survivors. Together, they submitted 350 victims' names to the DOJ as names that needed to be redacted prior to the deadline on December 19th. In the first round of documents, I saw my name in 2 places. Then in the January dump, there were more, and the redactions were far, far worse. These files displayed my name, my phone number, my old address, where I worked at the time, where I was studying, and other identifying information. What's important to understand is that these documents weren't just somehow overlooked and not redacted at all. On one document, my nickname, Danny, redacted, while Danielle Hannah Bensky is left completely unredacted. I am just one of the hundreds of survivors exposed like this. A few weeks ago, a legal analyst reached out to share that yet again, my name appeared in a third batch of only 20 documents. After my lawyer continued to contact the DOJ on multiple occasions for protection, my name and information remained attached. These documents hold disturbing and yet incomplete accounts of my abuse, and they were viewable not only by the entire world, but my child, my students' parents, my friends, my employers, my colleagues, my family. I am public. However, in my FBI 302, a Jane Doe who has never ever wanted to be revealed was exposed. This outing of survivor names does real irrevocable damage. The passage of the Epstein Files Transparency Act was meant to be a moment when survivors could regain their power and finally obtain the truth. It was a time for our institutions created to protect the American people to, for once, stand on the side of survivors. As survivors, we have said time and time again, this is not political. This requires coming together and prioritizing coming together, not political showmanship. I'm always asked, what does accountability look like? Accountability means removing perpetrators from power, seeing arrests be made, and legislators pass laws like protecting victims' rights, like Virginia's law, which would remove the statute of limitations for victims' civil claims against their abusers. Our entrenched systemic failures have allowed powerful people like Jeffrey to thrive. When institutions prioritize protecting the powerful and their enablers over protecting victims, abuse becomes normalized. If we continue down this path, the question isn't whether abuse will happen again, but who will be the next Jeffrey Epstein. This moment is critical. It is time to reform our system to protect our survivors, not the perpetrators, and to ensure the truth can come to light. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Ms. Rosa, you are now recognized for your opening statement.
In 2008, I just turned 18 when I met MC Square Model Management owner named Jean-Luc Brunel. Coming from a financial and stable background, I was a perfect target for coercion. I was promised modeling career beyond my dreams. In less than 6 months, MC Squared obtained an O1 visa for me, a feat nearly impossible for a teenager with almost no experience. I did not have the documentation to earn that visa. By May of 2009, I was in New York City. I was isolated, controlled in a manner I've never experienced before. Within 3 months, the agency claimed I owed them over $10,000. I had no family, no friends, or no money. MC Square controlled every aspect of my life, where I went, how I dressed, and how I looked. They provided me enough of allowance to keep me afloat, but never enough to be independent. Less than a month after I arrived to the United States, my agency sent me to a home of a registered sex offender. I was introduced to his girlfriend under the disguise that she was a photographer who helped me build my portfolio. Now I know that Jeffrey Epstein was supposed to be in jail cell in June of 2008. I met him at his house right here in West Palm Beach. He was not in a jail. Jean-Luc Brunel brought me to West Palm Beach to have dinner with Epstein in July. Epstein used the names of powerful politicians to demonstrate his influence. He told me he's an investor of the very agency that promised me a career. He also spoke of his arrest, that it was a game, bragging about girls visiting his cell, and his friendships with authorities. Jeffrey offered me a position at the Florida Science Foundation to handle phone calls to help me with my financial troubles. One day, his masseuse called me into his room where I was molested for the first time by Jeffrey. For the following 3 years, I was subject to ongoing rape. Jeffrey Epstein was under house arrest for the molestation of underage girls at the exact time he was abusing me. Seeing that the fact that he could commit those acts made justice feel impossible to me, and it took my ability to seek for help. I was summoned to his residence right here in West Palm Beach. My agency relocated me to Miami to keep me closer, and only after he was released from the house arrest, I was allowed to go back to New York City, where my nightmares continued. Those years of abuse turned into a decade of fear that I still carry today. I eventually found the courage to reach out for help. I stepped forward along other survivors, hoping those who allowed this to happen will be held accountable. I kept my identity protected as Jane Doe. I woke up one day with my name mentioned over 500 times. While the rich and powerful remained protected by reduction, my name was exposed to the world. Now reporters from across the globe contact me. I cannot live without looking over my shoulder. I can only imagine the long-term impact this mistake will have on my life. I wanted to be a doctor when I was a kid. So I want to end this statement with a story. In 1800, the doctor named Ignaz Semmelweis discovered something life-saving. He realized that the doctors who were performing autopsies and then immediately delivering babies without washing their hands were carrying cadaverous particles, causing women die in agony. He had evidence, he had solution. He begged the medical establishment to wash their hands to save lives. But the doctors were offended. They found it easier to protect their own reputation and maintain the status quo than to admit they were the ones causing harms. They chose their pride over the life of women, and Dr. Semmelweis was ignored, ridiculed, and eventually cast out. I see the same patterns happening today with handling of these files. Releasing my name while redacting the name of other powerful is not a mistake, it's a choice. It's a choice to prioritize the comfort of an institution over the safety of the survivors. The evidence is right here, yet those in power rather us die socially, emotionally, and physically, than admit their own complicity. I am no longer a Jane Doe hiding in the files. I'm a woman, I'm a fighter, and I'm a witness, and I'm begging you, please wash your hands.
Thank you, Ms. Rose. Obviously, I think one of the true horrors of this investigation has been the way so many survivors continue to be traumatized. And I think this is one just really horrific example of how, even through the Transparency Act, so much horror and re-traumatization continues to happen. So thank you for the testimony. Mr. Kuvan, I'm going to recognize you for your opening statement.
Thank you. By her strength. Ranking members of Congress. My name is Spencer Kuvan. I've represented numerous survivors of sexual exploitation and trafficking over the years, including the first victim to come forward in the Epstein investigation here in Palm Beach. I'm here today because what happened during the prosecution of Jeffrey Epstein was not simply a failure of judgment. It was a systemic failure of justice. In Palm Beach County, credible evidence of widespread sexual abuse involving minors was presented to state prosecutors, including my client. Law enforcement initially identified dozens of victims. The conduct was organized, repeated, and devastating. Yet instead of a prosecution that matched the scale of the harm, what followed was a secret agreement, as we know, that minimized the abuse and insulted the children that had been abused. Despite the efforts of some of the federal agents at the time, the U.S. Attorney's Office in the Southern District decided to have these secret meetings with Epstein's attorneys. The U.S. Department of Justice, in conjunction with the Palm Beach County State Attorney's Office at the time, colluded in secret to quietly shelve this case with minimal state charges that branded a 15 and 16-year-old child victim as prostitutes. They gave a sweetheart deal to Jeffrey Epstein and 4 named as well as unnamed co-conspirators. The Southern District U.S. Attorney at the time, Alex Acosta, spearheaded what every attorney advocate saw as the worst non-prosecution agreement ever executed by a U.S. attorney. This sent a message. It told victims that even when the evidence is strong, accountability is negotiable if you are rich and powerful. This awful non-prosecution agreement completely shut down further federal charges for the events they were investigating here in Florida. As I mentioned, that tragic deal was negotiated and signed in secret. Not only was it kept secret from the world, it was kept secret from me. Calls were made repeatedly to the U.S. attorneys investigating this at the time by myself, an advocate for multiple victims at the time. And of course, it was kept secret from those victims. I was forced to file motions with the court to compel its ultimate disclosure, even after it had been executed. And finally, after obtaining court orders, they turned it over to us. A full year after it had been signed, the victims were not consulted. Their advocates like me were not consulted. Victims were never given an opportunity to be heard. This was not just a moral failure. We believed it was a violation of law under the Crime Victims' Rights Act. Originally passed in 2004, subsequently amended by Congress in 06, 08, and 15. Victims have had the right to confer with prosecutors and the right to be treated with fairness and respect. Yet those rights were ignored at the very moment that it mattered most, when decisions were being made that would determine whether justice would ever be pursued. The result was predictable. Survivors, as you've heard, were re-traumatized, not only by the abuse they endured, but by a system that excluded them from the process designed specifically to protect them. And the public was left questioning whether justice can be trusted when powerful interests are involved. This failure by the Department of Justice at the time was a subject of litigation brought, as you heard, by Ms. Wild. That case ultimately exposed a gap in the law, one that must be closed by you. Today, I want to offer that clear path forward. First, Congress should amend the Crime Victims' Rights Act to make it explicit that victims must be notified and given a meaningful opportunity to confer before any non-prosecution agreement or deferred prosecution agreement is finalized. Second, as you've heard, there must be enforceable remedies, not just suggestions. Victims should have standing to challenge agreements reached in violation of the Act, and courts must have the authority to review and, where appropriate, void those agreements. Third, transparency must be the rule, not the exception. Secret agreements that extinguish criminal liability, particularly in cases involving multiple victims, should not exist in our system of justice. And finally, there must be accountability. When prosecutors fail to uphold victims' rights, there must be consequences sufficient to ensure that those failures are not repeated. This is not about relitigating the past. It's about ensuring what happened here never happens again. The survivors in this case have showed extraordinary courage coming here today. They told the truth and they trusted the system, and the system failed them. Congress now has the opportunity, and I would suggest the responsibility, to fix it. Thank you. We look forward to your questions.
Thank you very much. I'd like to go to Ms. Hirsch, please, who's now recognized for her opening statement.
Thank you so much, Ranking Member, members of Congress. I'm Lauren Hirsch, the CEO of World Without Exploitation, the largest anti-trafficking coalition in the country. We have nearly 200 member organizations across the country. Many of those organizations are survivor-led. It is an absolute honor to sit beside each one of you. You are the reason this moment of reckoning is happening. What we have witnessed in the handling of the Epstein case is not simply a bureaucratic misstep. It is a deeply horrific failure to protect the very people the system is meant to serve. Survivors have repeatedly been promised dignity, confidentiality, and care. And instead, we have seen a systemic breakdown in their protection at nearly every step of the way. We have watched those with power and privilege manipulate the system, shielding themselves from accountability, while survivors have suffered in silence. Every one of these failures sends a devastating message, not only to Epstein survivors, but to survivors everywhere, that accountability is optional for the powerful. Survivors have had enough, and frankly, the American public has had enough of this too. We are now in a moment of reckoning that requires a thorough examination of all of the things that have gone horribly wrong, but it also requires a serious course correction. Survivors have been repeatedly harmed, first by Epstein and his associates, and then by law enforcement who refused to bring adequate cases, who didn't notify victims when secret sweetheart deals were made, who allowed abuse to continue even after pleas were entered in, and then they were again abused by the DOJ. When the federal government fails to provide protection under the Crime Victims' Rights Act, survivors cannot be left without remedy. We need a legislative fix immediately to provide compensation and recourse for violations of the Crime Victims' Rights Act, and this is urgent. I think everyone in the room has heard the survivors and understands the profound harm caused by the DOJ in releasing hundreds of names of survivors and their personal information in the aftermath of the Epstein Files Transparency Act. So I'll keep this part brief. As a former prosecutor, I understand that mistakes happen. We're human. But when hundreds of names are released repeatedly, including nude photos of a survivor, this can no longer be dismissed as human error. Something has gone horribly wrong inside the DOJ, and the American public deserves clear answers about how this failure has occurred. This requires a recorded deposition of Pam Bondi on May 29th, not a transcribed interview. Survivors also deserve meaningful legislative recourse, including a private right of action, so that they can be compensated for the exposure of their private information to the public. Accountability cannot end with an examination of process failures or even legislative fixes. These files demand further examination. Assertions that there are no credible investigative leads are deeply concerning. From my perspective, both as the CEO of World We and a former prosecutor, that conclusion is not only premature, it is inconsistent with the available record. There is an abundance of potential investigative leads that warrant serious independent review. For 3 decades, countless men operated with complete impunity. Sex trafficking does not happen in a vacuum. It is driven by the demand for commercial sex, and it is enabled by systems and people who are willing to look the other way. That is exactly what we're looking at here. Likely the largest sex trafficking operation the United States has ever seen. The files are clear, and the files name names. When individuals and institutions surface repeatedly in the files, it's a pretty strong indicator that there's some there. When there are millions and millions of dollars flowing between an individual and Epstein, and there doesn't seem to be a business relationship, but instead allegations of sexual abuse, that's not noise to ignore. That is an investigative lead. And this is just one of many examples. And the examples are not just limited to individuals. Major hospitals took money from Epstein and provided questionable care. And that's putting it nicely. Hospital systems, academic institutions, modeling agencies, and the list goes on. They all require careful, independent examination of investigative leads. The burden should not fall on the survivors to name names or drive investigations. Survivors should be given safe, voluntary spaces to speak, but they should not be compelled. The responsibility lies with investigative bodies, prosecutors, the DOJ, on relevant authorities to do their jobs thoroughly, transparently, and with integrity. Survivors have already carried far too much of the burden. They should not have to carry the failures of our institutions as well. What is needed now is not defensiveness, but accountability. And finally, for survivors and for World Without Exploitation, this is not and has never been political. I'm sure that it will be twisted into us entering the political fray by being here today. But we have been absolutely clear. We will and have worked with anyone who is serious about getting to the truth. The era of silence and inaction must end here. Thank you.
Thank you. Obviously, just thank you to all of our witnesses for those opening statements. We're going to be moving on to questions and some comments from the members of this committee. I do want to uplift and recognize particularly the survivors and your courage again and how we got to this moment. I want to start just by, again, just commenting that we're here because of the horrific crimes of Jeffrey Epstein, Ghislaine Maxwell, and numerous others, and the failure caused by our own government. And I want to, in my line of questioning, I just want to hone down on one thing which I think is really important. Last July, the administration's FBI and DOJ released a 2-page document saying, and I quote, "We did not uncover evidence that could predicate an investigation against uncharged third parties." In other words, the current administration, through its DOJ, believed that this investigation was over, that no one else could be investigated for perhaps the worst sex trafficking ring in American history, that no other person could be held accountable, or there could be further convictions of the horrors made and against 1,200 women and girls. Now we here and some of our colleagues on the Republican side of the aisle have worked together to file motions, to file laws, and to push this investigation forward. And I want to be very clear. The DOJ, this administration, the President and the Attorney General made it clear that this investigation, in their opinion, was a hoax, was a lie, and there was nothing else to do to move forward. The DOJ tried to close this case. Through our investigation, we have learned that many of the witnesses that we have been going through deposition the transcribed interviews were never questioned by law enforcement. And this is something that we learned only by forcing these interviews and by sitting asking these questions. How could Les Wexner have never been interviewed by our own government, who was the source of most of Jeffrey Epstein's wealth and was never questioned? How can some of the folks on this document the FBI had in their possession not ever have been questioned by our own government or law enforcement? How could Darren Indyke and Richard Kahn, who you can see in this chart and were essentially the brain trust of Jeffrey Epstein's organization, how could they never have been questioned? That is not a mistake. That is a cover-up. And what I think we want to make very clear is this is not just about the mistakes and the ongoing harm of the Trump administration. This has been harm posed by numerous administrations led by both Republicans and Democrats. And when folks come and ask, well, why wasn't the former administration, Attorney General Garland, more engaged on this issue? I ask the same question. Why wasn't Merrick Garland more engaged and focused on prosecutions and more focused on getting out the truth? This is not just about partisan politics. This is a continued pattern of abuse and not seeking justice. But we're here now, at this moment in this Congress, with this administration, and this cover-up must end. I want to briefly ask the survivors, if you believe that this investigation should continue, if your government should continue this investigation. Ms. Spensky.
Yes.
Rosa.
Absolutely, yes.
Ms. Wild.
Yes.
Ms. Jones.
Yes.
Thank you. And we agree. It's unacceptable that folks have been not questioned, that there haven't been criminal prosecutions, and that our own former Attorney General continues to be engaged in this cover-up. They want to end this investigation. But what we are saying today is we need to come together with our bipartisan allies on the other side, and especially some Republican women who have stood and continue to push for truth and justice. We welcome their support in this investigation. At a hearing back in March, former Attorney General Bondi told one of my colleagues, quote, "I'm stunned that you want to continue talking about Epstein." That was her quote. Ms. Spensky, you were there. So was Sky Roberts on behalf of Virginia. Attorney General Bondi didn't spend 1 minute talking to you, but instead wanted to end the Epstein investigation. Today, we're here to tell the former Attorney General that we are demanding that she come in for her date, the subpoena, that she testify under oath, and that it's videotaped and released to the American public, and the survivors deserve nothing less. And I want to again ask the survivors. We know that approximately 2.5 million documents are still hidden. And we also understand that anything that's released in the future needs to be redacted with care and property. Do you all support this Congress in the continued release of the files if redactions are done properly and with care? Ms. Spensky.
Of course, yes.
Rosa.
Yes.
Ms. Wild.
Yes.
Ms. Jones.
Yes.
Thank you. I think it's important for the Attorney General, for Mr. Blanche, and for others to hear directly that the survivors don't think this is a hoax or that the investigation is over. Everyone in this room is committed to making the truth and justice a part of our legislative work. We have to pass laws and do the right thing. What we're facing right now is a systemic government, agencies, and administration that's trying to end this work. And we have to push back on it. We have sworn testimony. We've seen emails from the Epstein estate, from many others, even about the relationship and the friendship between the current president and Jeffrey Epstein. We continue to demand that the president force his DOJ to do the right thing by their survivors and to ensure that we get truth and justice. We're just a few miles away from Mar-a-Lago, where we know Ghislaine recruited and harmed and abused women, where Virginia herself was recruited. And we also know that the president, where his residence is just a few miles from here, is the one man in America that has the power to do the right thing and force the DOJ to release the files, protect the survivors, and demand and ensure that the American public get the truth. And that's why we're here today. And with that, I yield, and I want to turn it over to Representative Krishnamurthy. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ranking Member. Thank you to all the witnesses. Thank you for your bravery, your conviction, and your determination. Today, I want to ask you first about Ghislaine Maxwell. Ms. Wild, in a written victim impact statement that was filed in court, you said that the abuse you suffered was, quote, deliberate and systematic, designed by Epstein and facilitated by his staff and associates, including Ghislaine Maxwell, correct?
I don't think that's I never had any relationship with Ghislaine Maxwell. Can you repeat that?
In a victim impact statement in Jane Doe 1 and Jane Doe 2 versus the United States.
Oh, yes.
Okay.
Against that, I'm sorry. I've never met Ghislaine Maxwell, but yes, that's what the other Jane Doe.
Ms. Bensky, at Maxwell's trial, survivors testified that Maxwell participated in the sexual abuse of girls. Maxwell recruited victims for Epstein, including at schools. And that Maxwell once told a 14-year-old girl that she, quote, had a great body for Epstein and his friends. Isn't that what was testified to?
Yeah, my experience is not with Maxwell, but I'm sure that is true.
Ms. Jones, after Maxwell was found guilty of unconscionable acts, Politico reported that Maxwell's lawyer, this guy right here, said that there's a good chance and for good reason that Maxwell would get a pardon. You have publicly stated that, quote, clemency would be a slap in the face to all survivors, right? I agree with that wholeheartedly. I think everyone on this panel agrees, probably. Maxwell hasn't shown any guilt, hasn't shown any remorse, hasn't shown any ounce of accountability for what she did. I've introduced a House resolution condemning clemency for Maxwell. I hope everyone here will join me because we have to do everything in our power to block a pardon for Ghislaine Maxwell. Ms. Hirsch, I want to turn to another topic, following the money. You're aware of Epstein-related financial records called suspicious activity reports, SARS reports, that have not been produced, correct? And just to level set, a suspicious activity report is a report produced by a bank anytime a customer performs a questionable transaction. It turns out there were numerous such reports filed by banks with the Treasury Department for Jeffrey Epstein, including large cash withdrawals and even requests that Epstein made for the creation of bank accounts and credit cards for teenagers and people who had nothing to do with his family. Isn't that right?
It is.
The Senate Finance Committee has found Epstein made wire transfers that are detailed in these suspicious activity reports, SARS reports, to the tune of $1.5 billion with a B, and include the names of women and girls he may have trafficked, as well as the names of his potential clients. I believe that this is paramount to the investigation of this sex trafficking ring. Would you agree with that?
I do agree with that.
If we're serious about following the money, I believe that these SARS reports must be disclosed by the U.S. Treasury Department now. immediately today. Last topic, Ms. Hirsch. Can you read this? These 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 people, they must be disclosed today. What do you think about that?
I absolutely agree with you.
They may be among us today, perpetrating a continuation of a sex trafficking ring. Now, Mr. Coven, DOJ has not released all of the raw interviews and transcripts from the more than 40 victims of the DOJ's that were investigated in the DOJ's 2008 investigation, right?
Correct.
And DOJ has not released all of the video footage collected at Epstein's properties, correct?
Absolutely. Not only that, I've actually walked through the home of Jeffrey Epstein after the incidents occurred and saw where the video cameras were located and no longer existed.
Epstein tried to maintain his power over those he abused by taking away their chance at justice. We cannot let that happen. Donald Trump, I'm calling on you to listen to survivors. Release all of the documents. Unredact all these people. Prosecute the rest of these people and investigate the remaining. In addition, Ghislaine Maxwell should never, ever, ever receive clemency. That monster should not be given pardon, and ensure every enabler of Epstein faces consequences, no matter who they are or their political affiliation. Thank you, and I yield back.
Thank you. Now we'll have Representative Stansberry.
Right. Well, good morning, everyone. And I just want to start out by acknowledging our survivors who are here with us, and to those of you who spoke. People tell you all the time that you're brave, and you are, but I know that it comes at great cost to yourself, great cost to your families. But I want you to know, and part of why I asked the staff to hold up this picture is because you are literally changing the face of the planet by standing up and telling your stories. And even though the system is failing you again right now in Congress, you are changing the world by helping people who are survivors, who are victims, who have never had their stories told publicly, to know that they're not alone. So I want to say thank you for everything that you are doing. And I know that it's hard, but what you're doing is changing the planet right now. So thank you for holding that up. I got in early yesterday, and I went for a walk. I walked to downtown here in West Palm Beach, and then I walked across the bridge. I think like millions of people across the country, I've seen, of course, the documentary that documents what happened here in West Palm Beach. And I wanted to walk across the bridge that survivors had told the story themselves of literally having been driven across. But I don't think that I truly understood the power, the wealth, the abuse that has happened in this community until I saw the mansions and the estates, the private clubs, and how inequality is literally written into the landscape here. And the reason why I wanted to start there is because there has been a lot said about the system of abuse that Epstein and Maxwell perpetrated. There has been a lot said about how grooming occurred, how recruitment happened, and how he psychologically threatened, abused, and used all these different tactics to abuse girls and women. But I want to make one thing clear here today, and I want to ask some questions about this, is we talk about the system failing. The system didn't fail. The system was designed to protect the wealthy. The system was rigged from the beginning when those mansions were built. The system was built on inequality. The system was built on exploiting people. It's written into the landscape here in West Palm Beach. It's written into the landscape in New Mexico, where Jeffrey Epstein went to Santa Fe with his rich friends and recruited girls that he exploited and then trafficked to other rich friends that he flew to New Mexico. This wasn't failure, this was a system. It was a system of exploitation, it was a system of abuse, and it was a system of power. And that's one of the things that I want to really dive into here with my short time today. Because the officials, the federal, the state, the local, the attorney generals didn't just fail to investigate these cases, they chose not to investigate them. They chose to take bribes and kickbacks and campaign donations. The police department here in West Palm Beach chose to take a donation from Jeffrey Epstein. The police and sheriffs and others in other cities and states chose to take donations. And right now, while this is not a partisan issue, this administration is choosing to not investigate the crimes that are in these files. This administration is choosing to release the names of survivors and not perpetrators. This administration is choosing to not investigate or indict a single man who committed rape of a child or woman that is in the files. And this administration is choosing to gaslight the American people while all over the world, foreign officials are arresting, investigating. A prince has been taken down, and here in the United States, our Department of Justice, which is sitting on millions of files, is refusing to act. That is not a failure, that is a choice. That is a system built on wealth, inequality, and exploitation of women, of girls, of children, and a system built to protect the powerful. That is a system. And it is a system that Jeffrey Epstein developed here in West Palm Beach, and then it is a system that he exported to places like the Virgin Islands, to New Mexico, and to all of the places that he operated. And so I want us to think about, as we're moving forward with this investigation, we can investigate all the hundreds or even thousands of micro decisions that were made by local police, by sheriffs, by state police, by the Department of Justice, by AGs who chose to turn a blind eye and not prosecute these crimes. But the only way we are actually going to get justice in this case is by changing the system itself. And that's exactly what you guys are doing. And it's powerful. You're literally taking on the entire world right now and a system of wealth and inequality. So I want to ask the survivors, because I feel like you get asked all the time to retell your stories, and I've read your stories. Anyone can go in the files and read your stories, but I want to hear from you what justice would look like in this case. So maybe starting here on the end.
It's always a sore subject, because I'm just like, at this point, honestly, I don't think justice will ever be served in this case. And that's just my experience of the past 20 years that I've dealt with it. If I were really optimistic, and it did, I think it would be, for one, the Crime Victims' Rights Act. We have to fix that law. Also, education in the school systems. Maybe like with the sex ed, or just there has to be more education on what grooming is, on what sex trafficking is. It's not, I think a lot of people have a picture in their head that is just not reality. And for me, being that this happened in Palm Beach County, I think there needs to be like a building. And I think that the first 72 hours that a survivor tells their story and comes forward and says, okay, I'm ready to tell this. And it's such a crucial time. I think there needs to be something dedicated in Palm Beach County to all of our childhoods that were lost and taken. When we came forward and we told our stories, man, I was treated like a criminal by the federal government. And I just think, I guess justice would be change.
I don't know what justice looks like anymore is I'm just blown away that this is our government that is handling this. But justice would be, like Courtney said, accountability. These people that did it wrong should be held accountable for what they did to us. Of course, we know that. But do I think that is going to truly happen? Probably not. Look at how this has gone on. But education is so very important. Our kids are listening. They're watching this. They're hearing. And for the first time, for a lot of children, this is the first time they are even hearing about something like this. And so education is important. If we can't take these bad guys off the streets, let's teach our kids how to protect themselves in this. And so I hope the government gets it together. Maybe justice.
I think justice starts with passing Virginia's law. I think that's a really great place to start because justice shouldn't have a time limit, right? I know at almost 40, like I'm about to turn 40 this year, and I'm just able to look at my abuse. I'm just able to sit and write it and read it. And so I think there are a lot of survivors who have never come forward. So that would be a start, passing Virginia's law, changing the statute of limitations. There's a culture shift that really needs to happen where the blame needs to be placed on the perpetrator and not on the victim. Similar to Courtney's experience, my experience with law enforcement, I was so terrified and I did feel like I was being interrogated the entire time that I was there. I thought that I was going to go to jail that day. I was like, my life is over. It didn't really make me want to talk to anybody, but the FBI came back to my home in 2019. Anyway, I'll just say it was a very threatening feeling. So having an advocate in those spaces would also be really important. But yeah, just elevating survivor rights and making sure that we start with that baseline of Virginia's law.
So I come from a different country and I have a job. And if you come to me and you ask me, what should I do, and ask a question about my job, I'll give you an answer. I appreciate you asking that question, but I don't know, that's your job. You guys have to figure out how to make justice, not me. And you can't give me justice. Like this, when I came to this country, I thought something is going to be different. And I am shocked that this is happening here in the United States. You keep on saying this is the worst case in the United States, but it's not. It's the worst case in the world. This never happened to me in other places, and I traveled as a model all over the world. This didn't happen to me there, it happened to me here. You need to figure it out, and I hope you do. And I hope this never happens again to anybody. Keep it in the history books. Don't stop fighting. Don't let it go away. I wish one day we all can sit there and never hear the name, but I also hope that we will forever, so this never happens again. Good luck.
Thank you, Chairman. I think that says it all. It's our job. So, thank you.
Thank you so much. Representative Frost.
Thank you so much. I want to talk about something very specific. As we know, Jeffrey Epstein trafficked and abused women and girls, not just in Florida and New York, but internationally, across the globe. This case shines a light on the truth of sex trafficking, and it informs us as members of Congress of the changes and the reforms we need to pursue in many different areas that sometimes seem different but are all connected. I want to first thank you all for coming here today, especially the survivors, and sharing your stories. In many instances, we have seen that traffickers and sexual predators control employment opportunities for the people that they abuse. This happens everywhere, from working communities to the wealthiest and the most powerful pockets of society. Right here, this is from documents produced to the committee. It appears to show copies of passports in Epstein's possession belonging to young women. We believe many of these are survivors. Epstein's network is bigger than what many people understand. It stretched across the entire globe. And we know that Epstein did not act alone. Him and his associates exploited exploited financial and immigration systems, broken immigration systems, to traffic women and girls. Epstein helped women enroll in English language schools, facilitated their admission into American universities to help them get visas and help them secure jobs, all as a premise for getting the women into the United States. We questioned Epstein's lawyer about this and his accountant about the sham marriages which they helped arrange for immigration purposes. And many of these women, sadly, became survivors of Epstein's abuse. Rosa, thank you so much for your very powerful testimony. Why did you come to the United States? You spoke a little bit about this.
I was a model. I came here thinking that my modeling career is going to be continued here. I traveled before United States and I was very successful. When I was able to escape the ring of Jeffrey Epstein, I was a successful model afterwards, but only after. During it, I couldn't.
So you came for opportunity?
Yes.
And we told you, right? We told the entire world, we've told the entire world, come to the United States for opportunity. This is a land of opportunity where you can be anyone, where you can do anything, right?
Yes. New York City was a top of a list for any model traveling and getting a contract.
Rosa, can you help us understand how Epstein, Brunel, and their associates used the promises of modeling jobs to recruit you and other women?
When you enter modeling, you have a dream of ending up and walking a Victoria's Secret show or on a cover of Vogue magazines. So when you're a teenager and somebody approaches you saying that they can be there to help you and be your word ally, I hate that word really, because that was used many, many times in trying to make me believe that they are my ally in order to get those jobs. So naturally, it comes across like these people care. And you believe them. Why? Because you're just a teenager. It doesn't look really scary to begin with, so they gain your trust. And then they put you in a situation where financially you can't leave. The ticket back home costs $1,300 round trip. I was giving $100 a week in New York City to survive. And if any of you go to New York City today and try to live off $100, good luck.
Rosa, we also know that you're an immigrant, and we know that Epstein and his network also manipulated and threatened women using their visas or immigration status. Can you talk about your experience with this?
Every time I came to my agency or Epstein, which I didn't know why I came to him, I begged them to let me go back to other places I used to model before, on which they said, why? You're not going to do well there, so stay here. What do you need? I would say, job. And then they offered me job. They didn't give me money to purchase a ticket, and I didn't have a credit card. I didn't have my parents sending me money. I couldn't afford a ticket back. So they used my dreams against me, saying that it's just a time and everything's going to be okay. And if I trust them, all my dreams are going to come true.
We know that he weaponized people's immigration status, right? The fact that they were immigrants against him, to manipulate them, to force them into his horrible crimes and the horrible things he did to them. There are so many changes that need to come from this investigation. And I think it's important that we also remember immigrant women are disproportionately impacted by sex trafficking in the United States. Epstein exploited this broken immigration system to do these crimes. And I think your story and your testimony shows that, and many of the other stories and testimonies that we've heard. This investigation shows us that we have to fix this system, not just demonize immigrants. And in a moment where the same people that are obstructing this investigation, the same people who are engaged in the cover-up of this investigation are also the one demonizing immigrants across this country, shows us the real truth. That if we spent a modicum of the money and energy that this government is using to go tear round up innocent people, to go after the billionaire pedophiles and sex traffickers and people who have exploited this broken immigration system, maybe we had some justice here. And so just thank you so much for being here and sharing your testimony. I yield back.
And now I'll recognize Ms. Lee from Pennsylvania.
Thank you, Ranking Member. I want to start like Mitty by just grounding us in the people who was just 17 when she was lured to work for Jeffrey Epstein with false promises and then threatened with her mother's illness. Rosa, who was trafficked across borders and abused for years. Courtney Wild, who not only survived abuse, but then had to lead a legal fight for recognition by a Department of Justice that was supposed to protect her. And Lisa Jones, who has sounded the alarm that a paltry release of DOJ files hints at a possible, probable cover-up. I just want to thank you all for being here, for continuing to show up, for your continued courage and your commitment to justice. We recognize that you are unfortunately four of very, very many more survivors. And I hope you know that your presence today means to survivors across this country, how important it is to them. For decades, survivors have worked in good faith with law enforcement to try to expose Epstein and his co-conspirators, only to have their interests and their needs ignored. From a bogus non-prosecution agreement way back in 2008, to the inexcusable release of personal identifying information from Pam Bondi and Todd Blanche's DOJ. The DOJ seems perfectly capable of concealing the names of these rich and these powerful folks in the files that have been released, but they did not give that same level of care to the actual survivors. And here in Florida, Alex Acosta spent more time cutting deal with Kenneth Starr, Alan Dershowitz, and other well-connected lawyers working for Epstein and with Epstein than he did actually listening to survivors. This sweetheart deal enabled Epstein to continue abusing survivors while he was out on work release, as we've heard. The DOJ has failed to indict any other perpetrator of sex trafficking beyond Epstein and Maxwell, despite all the complaints and the reports that other individuals were implicated and involved, including from survivors themselves who have named these people. They seem to have no plans to do so. So Todd Blanche stating that the Epstein files, quote, should not be a part of anything going forward, unquote, is where we need to spend a little time. This is a glaring proof of a two-tiered system of justice in this country. Mr. Cuban, this saga began with a failure at the state level when prosecutors declined to fully pursue justice against Jeffrey Epstein, right?
Correct.
You represented one of the first survivors in Florida. We saw a non-prosecution agreement that shielded Epstein and protected his associates. Can you explain why that agreement was so unusual and how harmful it was?
So first of all, as I said before, it was unusual because ordinarily the U.S. Attorney's Office would consult with counsel for the victims and talk about the potential charges that they're going to bring, and they never did that. They kept it secret. They would not answer phone calls. When I was able to get through to the U.S. Attorney at the time, who was Maria Villafana, she said, I can't talk to you. Second, it was so unusual because it not only gave immunity to Jeffrey Epstein, who was the target of their investigation, but it gave immunity to co-conspirators without prosecution of those co-conspirators, or even a hint of prosecution of four specifically named co-conspirators. Lastly, the most unusual part of that deal was that they added the phrase unnamed co-conspirators. I have never in 30 years doing this ever seen a non-prosecution agreement so broad as to say that they're giving immunity to unnamed individuals. It was a gift.
Ms. Wow, really quickly, can you tell us more about those emails between Epstein's lawyers and the prosecutors and what made them seem different from what you would think a typical plea negotiation would look like?
Yes, ma'am. When me and Brad Edwards we got the emails, it was literally friends. They were meeting at Starbucks, they were meeting off the record, wherever they wanted. These were friends literally negotiating how much time, what it would look like, what the charges were going to look like, what they were going to say during the grand jury. It was all scripted. It was all set up, cover up.
I just want to say really quickly, does any survivor have you felt protected or seen or heard by the government?
No, ma'am.
Just no.
The redactions, none of my information has been redacted.
This is about a system that asks survivors to carry the burden of proof. the burden of patience, the burden of pain, while people with wealth and power are given time, protection, and silence. While we're here today because of Jeffrey Epstein, sexual abuse survivors across this country know all too well that he is not an anomaly, but he's a high-profile example of a system that too often works exactly as designed, to shield abusers and silence those that they harm. So to all the survivors, the fierce attorney advocates who are with us here today, I just want to thank you for coming forward despite the many frustrations, the threats, the dangers, and the setbacks that you've experienced. We have a responsibility to all survivors who are still waiting, to the ones who have never gotten justice, and to the ones watching right now to say that this ends here, and we take that very seriously. I thank you all so much, and I go back.
Thank you so much, Ms. Lee. And now I am going to recognize myself for 5 minutes. I've been smiling probably more than I am supposed to as I've sat here because y'all bring me so much joy. And let me tell you why. The reason is this. It's because in spite or despite this incompetent government, y'all have not backed down. For some people, it is the very first time that they're seeing your faces, but you have been there when no cameras are rolling. You have been there for decades, and you are still showing up. The reality is that you are not a child in this moment, but you know that other children are potentially being subjected to something similar in this exact moment. And it is your courage that is contagious. We don't have that, unfortunately, in Congress. We got a bunch of cowards. But your courage is contagious. Think about it this way. One of the things that I really want to clarify, because I have had an opportunity to hear some of your stories and meet with some of you in person and behind closed doors, a lot of people who potentially are not on the right side of history right now, one of the common questions they ask is, how is it that this could have happened to so many people, yet when you were going through your experience, you failed to see anybody else or know anything else, and you thought that you were all alone. And I know that that is something you have told to me directly. So for the people that are watching, and they're hearing numbers like, man, thousands of girls, but at the same time, they're hearing, you know what, I never saw anything else. Whoever feels most comfortable, if you will, because for me, I don't think that I have that much confidence in the government overall doing what's right for the right reason, but it is the pressure from outside. It is you going out there and being courageous that has made the people rise up. That is why we were able to get some kind of movement. And so I want to build more allies for this movement right now. So if any of you would like to answer that question.
Thank you for that, first of all. But I think it starts with our young people knowing that they need to speak up. Because for me, I think I was pit against a friend of mine that went together to Jeffrey the first time. He was very good at using the manipulation to hold us there. And so I felt like I couldn't tell anybody, and I didn't tell anybody. So I think it starts with the youngest, you know, if an experience feels off, to have a young person speak out and talk to even just a friend about that, and then say to that friend, hey, is this happening to you? Then the two of them can talk to an adult, and then we're already making change because we're already taking it out of the dark. I think the secrecy was the hardest part in my own abuse, and meeting all of the survivor sisters in September absolutely changed my whole life. And so I do think if you can find community and if you can find the people who boost you, it's really important, but it starts with our youngest survivors.
Thank you so much for that. And in fact, you brought up young survivors. You know, a quick question I have for each of you is, do you believe that a child has the ability to consent to sex? Okay. Interestingly enough, most of the time our laws, whether they're state or federal, acknowledge that as well, but I have a transcript and I won't go through it, but it relates to the case that stemmed out of here where they were trying to make it seem as if a child victim was a criminal. That was the focus of their questioning. So it is so frustrating because literally when I was in the state house in Texas, this is one of the things that I actually
actually worked on was making sure we changed the actual language in the code, specifically as we talked about child victims. So that brings me to kind of where we are on the federal level. And I'm gonna wrap up because of the time. I wanna make sure we stay on time. My colleagues are nicer than I am. I'm gonna be real. They've used words like cover up, choice. For me, it's obstruction of justice. It's real clear. And that's just the lawyer in me. This is pure obstruction. Anyone else that would engage in this type of behavior would be charged with obstruction of justice, yet somehow, because it's the Department of Justice, the ones that are supposed to enforce justice and law in this country, we're not calling it a thing, but that's what it is. And so it is my hope that we understand that while these survivors have taken the time to come out, and some of them were outed unlawfully, and absolutely need to have some semblance of justice because of that illegal outing, because our law was very clear, to be clear about that. I need people to understand that we all have a role to play. People in this moment keep asking, what is it that I can do? Well, I'm gonna be partisan as well, because they're not being partisan. The Republicans could have shown up today too. They did. So let me be clear, I am going to be full on partisan. You have to vote. If you care about this, you have to vote, and you have to understand who is fighting for you. There are certain things that were always a basic kind of standard in this country for what was right. We protected the most vulnerable amongst us. We're not doing that nowadays. We made sure that we believed in quote unquote law and order, but we're not doing that nowadays. It is time to wake up. It is time for us all to do our part, because again, I'm gonna be partisan because only the Democrats decided to show up today. So with that, I will yield, and my next, okay, they making me skip. Okay, well, we gonna head to Virginia. Grab some volume, it's your turn.
Thank you. I want to thank you all for being here today, and thank all the people in the audience here today. And I will just say that it's because of you that we had the Epstein Files Transparency Act passed, and the president himself had to sign it into law begrudgingly while in the background trying to figure out how to break it later on. And it's because of you that we were able to issue an August subpoena led by Representative Lee, and they still haven't complied with that subpoena, but it's because of you we got that far. It's because of you that they won't even hold hearings, real hearings in the Oversight Committee on anything anymore, because they're afraid we'll subpoena more people about Epstein Files and Epstein Transparency Act. So just think about where you've gotten us. I know it's not enough. It may never be enough, someone mentioned before, but I just want to thank you for getting us this far. And I know there are a lot of girls and women around the country, around the world who thank you as well. One of the things that has driven me crazy is that there's millions of files that have still not been released. And so this question really is for anyone, but one of the things that I remember hearing from many of the survivors last year was you'd at least like your own files, your own witness statements. Has anyone received your own files? So no one has received their own files. And has the Trump administration talked to you about potentially giving you those files? I'm seeing everyone say no. And did they ever talk to you about which files they were withholding and why they would withhold them, or consult with you about that? I'm seeing everyone shake their heads as well in the audience, and all the witnesses we have today. And so I guess I would ask then, we're going to be talking to someone next week, Pam Bondi. And so do you have any suggestions on what we should ask her, Laura? We can start off with Smile, anyone who'd like to answer.
I think there's a lot to ask her, right? But do we believe anything that's going to come out of her mouth?
Let's pretend yes.
Yeah. Okay. I definitely. Why? Who are we covering for? Like, you were willing to lose your job to cover up for these people. What do they have on you? Because I'd like to know. You're a woman, you're a mother, and you look at us couldn't even look at the survivors. So what's your part in this?
Can I add to that? Process. What was the process? And we would ask the same of Todd Blanche. What was the process for moving Ghislaine Maxwell?
I can actually speak to three very specific things that you should ask her. Number one, there was hours of video surveillance taken by the lead investigator at the time outside of the home, watching people go in and out of the house that has yet to be released, and we know it exists from the probable cause affidavit. Secondly, back in October of 2003, there's record evidence that there were surveillance inside the home because cash was stolen from Mr. Epstein by one of his workers, and Sarah Kellen showed police that video from inside the home. That means surveillance cameras in fact existed in the home. Where is that video? And then lastly, Maxwell photographed everything. She loved taking photographs of people. That was her passion. They have not released even a fraction of the photographs that Maxwell took.
So I'm just going to add on to Danny's point about process and be a little more specific. So what transpired in advance of the files being released were a number of the lawyers who are in this room provided DOJ with lists of names. I think one lawyer provided about 300 names, and those names got released in the first batch. Many of those names got released in the first batch of files when they were dumped. The lawyer went back and said, these names need to be redacted. I'm just going to use Danny's as an example. If that's okay, Danny. So her lawyer went back and said, redact Danny Bensky's name. The second time the files were released, the DOJ had not just the list of the names that the lawyers requested to be redacted, but also correspondence that said Danny's name was released in the first batch and a request to redact. Her name then appeared in the second batch. Another correspondence went to DOJ about Danny specifically. And then there was a third batch of documents. In the third batch of documents, I think Danny's name, her address, a picture of her dog, you name it, it was in the third batch. So I think we need to give examples, and I think we need a deep understanding of what transpired so that a group of high-powered lawyers were not able to identify names and properly redact them.
Thank you. I yield back.
Thank you. We're going to move on to Missouri. Brett Bell.
Thank you. Before I get to my questions, I want to say something to the witnesses before us. I spent years as a prosecutor, and in cases that involved serious abuses like these, in a county that issued 8 to 10,000 cases a year, I obviously couldn't handle all of them by myself. But any case that involves serious abuses like these, I made myself available personally to the survivors. Not the prosecutor that was assigned to it. I made myself available. And if there was a resolution or an outcome to the case that went against the wishes of survivors, that was another reason that I sat right there with those survivors to hear directly from them, to tell them what the evidence was, why we were doing what we were doing. And what I discovered is that oftentimes there is nuance that an investigation may not find, that you all or respective survivors will see. And that was another reason that I wanted to sit down and look these individuals in the eye so that we could have these conversations and help us make the best decision in the search for justice. And so I want to ask a couple quick questions, and I'm going to be very mindful of time. Ms. Wild, as a former prosecutor, I have to ask this question. The Crime Victims' Rights Act was passed specifically to guarantee survivors a seat at the table in federal proceedings. you went to court to enforce that right. In your experience, was that promise ever actually kept?
No. That promise was never kept. And during the federal investigation, see, and that's why it was so wishy-washy, because Alex Acosta had the federal investigation. So the feds were coming to me, asking me questions, but then the feds passed it back down to the state. So it was just all very confusing. When the feds came to me and told me that there was a state sentence, I was like, oh, wow, that's great. I didn't think that had anything to do with the ongoing in federal, because it's a federal, we all know nobody, if the feds puts a case on you, they have, like, you're going to jail. So it was just all very wishy-washy, but no, that the Crime Victims' Rights Act never applied to us in this case.
Ms. Jones, you've been fighting for justice for a long time, longer than anyone should have to. What has that fight cost you, and what keeps you going?
I'm a mother of 4 children, so that is why I fight, and I speak very loud to protect my children, and not just my children, everybody's children. That's how I keep going. It takes a very big toll on you, but when you look at the innocence in a child's face, no child should ever have to go through what we went through, ever.
And as many years as I've sat across the room from survivors, I can't pretend to fully understand the courage it takes to walk in to a room like this one, to tell the truth about what was done to you in front of cameras, in front of strangers, engaging directly with a system that has let you down. And Ms. Rosa, you said that in trying to figure out what justice looks like, good luck. And yes, we have a lot of work that we have to do to figure that out. And what that will look like, there's a lot that this investigation needs to do just that. And so what I can say with certainty is that what the inspiration for this work looks like, and I'm looking at all of you. I'm looking at every single survivor, known and unknown, that continues to inspire us to do this work. And I thank you for being here. We do not take that lightly, that you've agreed to be here today and share your stories and being honest about why this matters, because as my colleague said, this administration has made it harder, not easier for you to be here, but you are our inspiration and we appreciate you. Thank you.
Thank you, Congressman. Next up is Representative Min.
Thank you to survivors for appearing here today. Ms. Wild, Ms. Jones, Ms. Bensky, Rosa, Mr. Roberts, Ms. Roberts. Your testimonies are powerful and extremely heart-wrenching. And we're sitting right now just 2.8 miles from the Epstein estate, where so much of this took place, 4 miles from Mar-a-Lago, where Jeffrey Epstein spent so much of his time. And I don't think it's lost on any of us up here how much courage you all are showing in being here today and sharing your stories, because as we begin to unravel the threads of the Epstein files, we're seeing just how broad and deep this conspiracy goes, and a number of you have talked about the threats you face, and that must be incredibly frightening. Many of the world's richest and most powerful men are implicated, and they have directly perpetrated a decades-long cover-up. Even after we were able to pass the Epstein Files Transparency Act, over the maneuvering and objections, I'd add, of President Trump, then Attorney General Pam Bondi, and Speaker Mike Johnson, the rich and powerful were still able to pervert justice, with the DOJ refusing to turn over 50% of the documents in their possession, redacting the names of the perpetrators while releasing personal information about many of you, re-victimizing the survivors. And that's outrageous, and we for damn sure need to ask Pam Bondi what the hell happened here and why she chose to re-victimize survivors when she appears before us next week. Mr. Hirsch, Ms. Hirsch, I want to start with you real quickly. Are you aware of any instance where the DOJ contacted survivors before they released personal identifying information about the survivors last year?
The DOJ did not contact survivors directly. but we at World Without Exploitation did reach out to DOJ.
But
and
they did not reach out.
They did return a phone call, but when we asked them to speak with survivors, that never happened.
And that's outrageous because the DOJ is supposed to represent justice for people who are victims of crime, not re-victimizing them, not protecting the perpetrators of crime. And what's at stake today for you all and the hundreds of other women who were trafficked and abused by Jeffrey Epstein, Ghislaine Maxwell, and their associates is justice for you, but also the idea that there's one rule of law for everybody. That we don't have one set of rules for the rich and powerful, the Epstein elites, and another that applies to the rest of us. As I've said before, I spent my career fighting for the rule of law. This is very important to me. I also started my career at the Securities and Exchange Commission, prosecuting corporate fraud, then taught banking law at UC Irvine, and I also know that following the money is the first rule of tracking down any kind of major criminal conspiracy. And as I just want to reiterate the points that were made earlier by Rep. Christian Murphy, by you, Ms. Roberts, that we need to follow the money, that Epstein survivors have sued and won settlements from a number of large financial institutions, including Bank of America, JP Morgan, and Deutsche Bank, hundreds of millions of dollars. We need to get the SARS reports from Treasury. We need the SEC, Treasury, and the banking regulators to investigate and potentially prosecute anyone or any institution that was complicit in covering up or helping facilitate the Epstein trafficking ring. Now, Mr. Kubin, you've stated previously that Epstein would never have been able to get away with this horrendous crimes without the complicity of banks, the big banks. And back in 2023, you stated, I've always said that he would never be able to molest these young girls without the banks and the money behind it. Could you briefly elaborate on what you meant when you said that?
Correct. So we found during our original litigation back at the inception that he was pulling out large amounts of cash and transferring funds back and forth, and large amounts of cash were coming out of the banks. There were never any questions that were being asked of him at the time. And in fact, as I alluded to before, even back in 2003, he had envelopes filled with cash that he even reported to police that had been stolen from his home. And the banks appeared to be working with him, not questioning him, because of all of the money he was moving through those institutions.
It is a damn shame that the Department of Justice and the FBI have never followed this thread, even though it's something that is very, very important. I will just add that House Oversight Democrats have worked with Chairman Comer to issue subpoenas for Deutsche Bank and JP Morgan. We're seeking subpoenas for an additional 21 banks. I think this is going to be really, really important. Another important piece of evidence that has not been followed up on is the camera evidence, the computer files, as the lead attorney at the time, Maria Villafuena, had referred to. Now, you had mentioned, Mr. Kubin, that you saw a number of cameras in the estate. That would potentially have a lot of damning footage. Can you describe what cameras you saw, how many, where they were located in the estate?
Right. So after we originally filed the first case here in Palm Beach for one of the victims, I was granted an opportunity by the court to go on property at Epstein's home and do a site inspection. There were spots within the home, both in the bedrooms and the massage area and other areas of the home, where you could see mounting brackets where cameras used to be. And then there were CPU or computer units that had been taken away. And then I was able to verify back in 2003, as I said, that Sarah Kellen had actually shown internal footage to the police department back then of someone that had allegedly taken money. So there was verifiable evidence that cameras were in fact in the home. Lastly, I represented a client in Manhattan who, when she was brought to the home in Manhattan, saw the entire network of cameras that was being utilized in the Manhattan mansion. None of that video has been released today.
And in fact, lead attorney, I'll disclose with this, Maria Villafuena, had said that that was a smoking gun, this evidence. They knew exactly where it was. And Alex Acosta, who was then the U.S. attorney for the District of Florida, refused to investigate this or actually seek to have this turned over. I want to thank you all again. Thank you for your courage in being here today.
Thank you, Congressman. Next is Representative Randall.
Thank you, Mr. Ranking Member, and thank you to each of you for being here today. I especially want to thank those of you who shared your stories about surviving unimaginable abuse. Thank you for your immense bravery, which we do over and over again, but also for your willingness to relive your trauma in pursuit of justice. I know you've waited far too long and are still waiting, but from the bottom of my heart, please know that you are seen and heard by every member of Congress in this room and we will make sure that your stories are not ignored. Former Attorney General Bondi literally kept her back turned away from a room full of survivors. We've seen the photo. We are here to do the opposite. We are here to walk alongside you and to shine a light on the stories that you have shared over and over. We'll keep fighting for truth, for transparency, and an end to this shameless DOJ cover-up of all the information relating to the heinous crimes of this Epstein case. DOJ's document productions to date have released very little new information about Epstein's co-conspirators. In fact, we know that there are more than 2.5 million documents still hidden. But unfortunately, as we have heard today, recent releases have exposed private and personal identifying information of survivors. DOJ has created serious risk to safety for survivors and published names and photographs, some of them very explicit. Survivors have also shared with the committee that in multiple instances, as we heard again today, loved ones didn't know that you had been abused by Epstein until that information was released publicly. Every Oversight Democrat sent Pam Bondi a letter back in February to express alarm at DOJ for publishing survivor names and photographs thousands of times, while taking special care to redact information that could be crucial for bringing justice and holding perpetrators of abuse accountable. The sheer amount of personal identifiable information released after survivors got assurances from DOJ that they would be protected raises the question of whether this is just incompetence or, far more likely, deliberate witness intimidation. Ms. Bensky, you have spoken about this, about the harm of DOJ's sloppy Epstein file release that has caused you and other survivors. You spoke about your own name being released despite repeated requests to redact it. Will you share again for us, for the record, what that experience meant to you and other survivors to have your information be exposed?
Yeah, I mean, I am public, and that's a choice that I made, but never in my life did I expect for anybody to read intimate details of abuse. To me, it's always been about protecting others. And, unfortunately, I have friends in this story, and to see somebody's name out there who has worked so hard to move past this in life is something, it sends a shockwave through your body. It hits you like reading your own name in the file first, just like I went into the files thinking I would have to look pretty hard to find things, type my last name in, and everything came up, right? And it's like, there's like a hot flash moment, right? It hits you sort of like a bullet to the chest where you're like, oh my God, it's that feeling of like that PTSD is real, right? So the PTSD of the trauma that I endured definitely came back, and then you're reading on, and then you see more, and you see survivors being outed, a survivor that I had said, don't ever worry, you've always been a Jane Doe. So, and to feel the impact of that is something that I will carry forever.
I'm sorry. I feel like you deserve an apology from your government, and, as Democratic members of Congress, we are here to continue to work with you. But I also know that we absolutely have to fight for better. We have to fight to pass Virginia's law. And I know Congresswoman Frankel wanted us to share that she's also been working on the Courtney Wild Reinforcing Crime Victims' Rights Act to ensure that those rights that you are owed are actually upheld, that we work with survivors to inform you about any prosecutorial agreements, to ensure that folks know what rights you are awarded and deserved. And we will continue to investigate and to fight for all of you, but also for every survivor and every young person who is being victimized around the world. Thank you.
Thank you, Congresswoman. Representative Ansari.
Thank you, Ranking Member. President Trump, former Attorney General Pam Bondi and Acting Attorney General Todd Blanche promised truth and transparency regarding the Epstein files, they have instead led the most egregious cover-up in American history. Despite their public assurances, Pam Bondi released Epstein files at an excruciatingly slow pace, and when she did, as we heard in powerful testimony today, protected the names of rich and powerful men who committed the crimes while revealing the identities of survivors. In March of 2026, the DOJ admitted that it withheld almost 48,000 files from public release, including allegations against President Trump. The Trump-Epstein administration continues to try to cover it up to this day. President Trump has said most recently that we should stop wasting time and energy on the Epstein files. He's called the fight for the release of the files and transparency, and I quote, a hoax. Abuse and trafficking of thousands of minors is not a hoax. Abuse and sexual exploitation of women is not a hoax. Survivors deserve the truth, and the American public deserves the truth. Ms. Jones, you have said that you, and I quote, put your hope in President Donald Trump and that you believe that he would do right by the survivors. Now, do you believe that he has broken his promise?
He's broken many promises.
Thank you. I want to remind everyone that former Congresswoman Marjorie Taylor Greene alleges that during a phone call, President Trump told her that if he was to release the Epstein files, and I quote, my friends are going to get hurt. And now the Trump Department of Justice that is responsible for overseeing the release of the Epstein files claims that there is nothing more to investigate in the Epstein case. Todd Blanche met with Ghislaine Maxwell, Epstein's accomplice, before moving her to a cushy, minimal security prison. It is so ridiculous and insulting. So far, only Epstein and Maxwell have been prosecuted for sex trafficking, and there has never been a full accounting of Epstein's financial crimes or additional prosecutions of suspected co-conspirators. Last month, Acting Attorney General Todd Blanche said, and I quote, from the information that we have within the Epstein files, we do not have a case against anybody. Ms. Jones, based on your experience or based on what you have seen in the files, do you believe the statement to be true?
Absolutely not.
Ms. Bensky, based on your own experiences or what you have seen in the files, do you believe the statement to be true? Ms. Wild, I'd like to ask you the same question.
No.
And Rosa, lastly, I'd like to ask you the same.
No.
Thank you. I yield back.
Thank you, Congresswoman. I'd like to now have Representative Walkinshaw.
Thank you, Ranking Member, and thank you all for being here. Walking into this room and telling your stories again takes tremendous courage. And I've heard a lot of the stories from survivors, and like everybody, I'm struck by the courage, the commitment to justice for Epstein, Maxwell, and everyone involved in these crimes, but I'm most struck by your commitment to protecting every child and every potential victim of sexual abuse or assault. Epstein, Maxwell, and their co-conspirators shattered lives. They targeted vulnerable women and girls, objectifying and attempting to silence them. They were protected by their wealth, their power, their privilege. We can see it here in Palm Beach. And as we've heard today, their ability to commit these crimes reflects a systemic and intentional failure by the very institutions meant to protect you. Our government lets you down when you deserve protection and justice for the crimes that were committed against you. And we're here today to try to do our part to correct some of these failures. And we're not going to stop until the truth comes out, the extent of the crimes, the involvement of all of the co-conspirators is revealed. I want to focus on two patterns that have emerged today. First, Epstein and Maxwell weaponizing immigration status and travel documents against survivors, confiscating passports, holding visas hostage to trap women and girls in their orbit. And then when survivors like yourselves were brave enough to speak up, our justice system ignoring you, reinforcing the sense that there was nowhere safe for you to turn. Rosa, Ms. Wild, thank you for being here today. I want to ask you both just a couple questions related to these patterns. Rosa, can you tell us again how Epstein used your visa status as leverage to keep you under his control?
O1 visa is a visa for an individual with extraordinary abilities, and it takes a lot of documents to obtain that visa. I have helped one individual to obtain similar visa, and I learned the amount of documents needed to be gathered. Looking back at my case now, I did not have documents to obtain that visa. I am 100% sure of that. My agency being able to obtain that visa for me in such a short time, which was less than 6 months, it's a miracle. You try to do that right now, you won't be able to. I want to know how. And it's impossible. So I knew that my visa was linked to him, and if he is unpleased, I would be sent back.
And are you aware of Epstein using similar tactics against other women or girls?
I have personally met a foreigner girl at his mansion in West Palm Beach, and I have personally not seen a foreigner come forward to tell the story. And I hope my case will bring more people out in front, because there are many other people who speak broken English or don't speak English at all who can tell their stories.
Thank you. Ms. Wild, you were 14 as you testified when you first encountered Mr. Epstein. Is this you?
Yes.
A child?
Yes.
I just want to go back to the DOJ investigation and the sweetheart deal for Epstein and ask you, were you told by the Department of Justice that your case was still being investigated even after Alex Acosta signed off on Epstein's plea deal?
Yes, they sent me a paper in the mail. My attorneys have it. That saying it was going to be a lengthy process, and that they were doing everything that they could to put him away. But at that time, when the letter was dated, it had already been signed, the non-prosecution agreement.
You learned later that they had already signed the deal.
Yes.
So that letter they sent you was a lie. They lied to you.
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you both. I yield back.
Thank you, Congressman. Next up is Representative Presley.
Thank you to Congresswoman Lois Frankel. Thank you to Ranking Member Garcia, to Congresswoman Summer Lee. Your efforts have made today possible, and of course, thanks to our courageous survivors. I've been on this committee since I was a freshman, and Elijah Cummings, the great Elijah Cummings, our chair at the time, would often remind us that the role of the Committee on Oversight, our mandate, is to be an efficient and effective pursuit of the truth. Now, that pursuit is what brings House Democrats here today, because instead of Epstein's victims being met with efficiency, they've been met with obstruction and delays by law enforcement and by the Department of Justice. Instead of Epstein's victims being met with effectiveness, they've been met with systemic cover-up. And I would add cowardice of those who were intimidated by the power and the privilege of Jeffrey Epstein, Ghislaine Maxwell, and their co-conspirators. So today we are here to shine a light, because sunlight is the best disinfectant. We are here to shine a light on the corruption, on the failures of this investigation. But most of all, we are here to center the survivors, to center the courageous. Survivors who are grown women before you, but who were children. Children whose innocence was corrupted, whose bodies were violated, whose dreams were destroyed, whose lives were irrevocably changed. Maria, Courtney, Jenalisa, Danny, Rosa, and Sky and Amanda here for Virginia. We thank you. Congress enacted the Crime Victims' Rights Act in 2004 to mandate specific obligations for the Department of Justice to ensure that survivors are protected, informed, and able to heal. Now, Mr. Kubin, you've spent decades representing survivors and fighting for transparency around the federal government's handling of their cases. Can you speak to how the federal government violated, after their bodies were violated, after their dreams, their dignity, their lives were violated, how were their rights violated?
It was our understanding after the release of documents and the bravery of Ms. Wild here at the end in her case that was brought and the final disclosure of all those documents, it showed that the federal government and the state attorney's office colluded together to not bring an indictment because they knew that if they did, then the Crime Victims' Rights Act would then be triggered and they would have to inform the victims of what they were doing. So what we learned was they intentionally kept it out of the hands of victims so that the victims couldn't object or have any say in the process by secretly doing this deal that they did. And the federal judge, very brave federal judge Mara, found that there was a violation of the act here in the Southern District. And unfortunately, because of the way the law was written, there was absolutely no way to get them any justice or any remedy as a result.
That's right. So they weren't notified, they were not consulted, they were not given the opportunity to participate in proceedings that directly affected their lives and their safety. These rights are supposed to be guaranteed by the Crime Victims' Rights Act. Now, would any survivors like to speak to any examples to share about how the federal government ignored or neglected your case? I see the clock is ticking here. Would anyone else like to speak to that? How about this? Let me just say this as a survivor myself. I know that this is not only about your safety that you were robbed of, your innocence and your dreams. Survivors are also forced to carry the financial burden of abuse. Lost wages, housing instability, medical expenses, legal fees, security costs, trauma that impacts your daily life. Could any of you speak to that?
We have put ourselves on the front line and spoke out and put our face to the public when we should have never had to. And that comes with a huge toll. Now, every job that we apply for, they Google us. They know our most personal information of things that happen to us as children. That is forever, forever going to follow us. We don't get that back. We don't get that luxury. So that is just the one of the most important things that comes with the weight of this, all because the government couldn't do their job.
May I heard this before from the survivors. I'm a really cool person if you meet me outside of here. I have a life stories, but these release of documents made me something else. And I can't do daily task without certain help. And I have a support system and I'm grateful for it. But if I didn't, I don't think I would be here today alive. So it's really hard. I want to tell the world, like, it's hard to be here today. I'm very uncomfortable. I'm trying to look like I'm okay, but I'm not okay.
Yes, would anyone else like to speak to the financial burden of abuse, lost wages, housing instability, medical expenses, legal fees, security costs?
So I was gonna, when I was younger, when I met Jeffrey, I experienced a lot of homelessness. So I think I misunderstood your question, but
Oh, no, say whatever you would like.
Yes, ma'am. I was just gonna say that, just like you were walking over the bridge, a 14-year-old going to Palm Beach, it was like, as soon as you go over that bridge, you just feel the money and power. And it's just such a contrast. If you go down Okeechobee to Okeechobee and the Turnpike, there's a road called Drexel, and it's a mobile home street, there's a lot of, that's where I was from. So to go from here to there is just, it's so confusing. I was homeless. My parents had addiction problems. He prayed, he knew what he was doing. It was all very calculated, and then later on, the fact that he used those things against me. We had the feds pulling up our MySpaces, treating us like criminals because we were at a party at 16 and 17 drinking, rather than going out. So for me, it's so sad that he knew who he preyed on. He preyed on young, especially in Palm Beach County. He preyed on us kids who came from troubled backgrounds and everything else, and they portrayed us as these underage prostitutes. Which is that a real charge? Is it? Like, what was the statute number? I'm on his charge that he took. Spencer should, right? Is that a real charge?
It was bizarre to us even at the time, but it made absolutely no sense, and the statutory guidance was very questionable given that they were minors. But speaking to Representative's question specifically and representing survivors over the last 30 years now, it affects not just the survivor, it affects their family, it affects the way they raise their own children if they have daughters. It affects their mental stability and ability to maintain employment. Try telling a survivor they've got to pay a lawyer for 20 years straight if they want to get justice. It's impossible, especially with a law that doesn't provide any remedy. So they've got to seek out victims advocates that are willing to do it for free. And there aren't many of those, especially none that want to do it for 20 plus years to fight. So the financial ramifications of being a victim, especially of somebody with unlimited resources, is dramatic.
Can I add to that? I think also to continue this fight, like we're all here right now. And this isn't the only thing I'm sure we're all doing this week to talk about getting the messaging out. Advocacy is expensive. Therapy and healing is expensive, and there's no time to work because honestly, we got to change it for our kids because I don't want to raise my kid in a world like this right now. So.
Yeah, I'll just close out with one point to Courtney, to your question about these prostitution charges. We need to eliminate the prostitution charges from the books altogether. We absolutely should be holding sex buyers accountable for the harm they cause, but people in prostitution should not be criminalized for being in prostitution because the vast majority of them are not there by choice. They're there because of lack of circumstances, poverty, other vulnerabilities. And what we see so often is that traffickers deliberately use that notion that the women and girls will be arrested for prostitution as a tactic. It is the number one tactic in order to make sure that survivors, victims are too terrified and too traumatized to talk. So we've got a lot of work to do.
And I just want to, again, I thank you all and thank you for being prescriptive with a number of the legislative responses to address these systemic harms. I'll just say that there is no amount of compensation that can ever fully account for what was stolen, but every single survivor certainly deserves much more than sympathy. And that is the work that I'm committed to doing alongside of you legislatively. Thank you.
Thank you, Congresswoman. I'd like to turn it over now to Representative Frankel.
Thank you. Thank you again for being here. Let me just start with Courtney. You and I met many, many years ago. And just to let you know, I took for heart what you said. And myself and colleagues, Democratic Women's Caucus, we have filed a bill many years in a row named after you to make sure we can get these rights that you talked about. And the Courtney Wild bill would assert that the victims of federal crimes are entitled to all the rights guaranteed under the original Crime Victim Rights Act, regardless of if the charges are filed in court. And then it lists out a whole set of criteria. So I want to thank you for your bravery we're still trying to get that bill passed. It's a little difficult under the circumstances, but we're going to keep trying. And thank you so much for your persistence. Yes. Now, I want to tell everybody, I don't think I was able to tell you exactly why it took so long to have this hearing in Palm Beach County, because I think many of us always believe there are 3 witnesses who have been missing, who must be asked the question, why did Jeffrey Epstein get the deal that he got, and why were the survivors so mistreated in the grand jury room? And those people are Barry Krischer, who was the state attorney, Lana Levick, I don't know if I'm saying that name right, she was one of the prosecutors in that grand jury, and Mary Ann Dugan, who was one of the prosecutors. I've requested for many years that those people be subpoenaed. We almost had an opportunity. In 2019, Karen Maloney was the chair of our Oversight Committee. The Democrats were in charge. We actually scheduled to have this hearing here. And what happened was the Justice Department had engaged the Maxwell prosecution, and they would not allow survivors to testify.
Box in the back for you. Oh, perfect. Thank you.
invest that kind of money. So it's mine. Once you said that, I was ready to hear. Yeah, I was like, just look at everything. Yeah, no, it's all good. So the idea was that he was like, why don't you sketch all these people that are well, in general, Chris, I mean, what I told him was that because we usually keep on Olympic rollout things to go shoot. But oh, I didn't know you were but I was like, I need a mic check.
In a moment, I don't think all of us are.
Okay.
Thank you, though.
But the issue is that, yeah, like, we scout, so all of that is going to be but the issue is that there's fun. So I was like, I think what we're going to do is we can call Chris and just scoop her out. I don't think it's working. Because we're not, like, we already have so many shots. Yeah. There is supposed to be close by, but many of us are available. Chris believes he can find. How true that is, I'm sure. He called me. Yeah, he's not in the same, like, yeah, so, to get a group of Miami, 3 hours all the way up there, it made more sense. It's good images that we can get, but when I told the guy, we met this guy yesterday, about his years, areas of that, some shows and he's the one that it's not expensive, it's only like $100. It's like a small. Mic check? Yes,
Testing 1, 2, 3, 4. Mic check, mic check, mic check. Testing 1, 2, 3, 4. This is a mic check. 1, 2, 3, 4. Mic check, mic check, mic check.
I'll let you know. You just have to go out a little bit and you're gonna see it. Olivia's gonna get arrested. You think there's a juice? You think there's a wanted picture? We just don't know. Unless it might be too late. By the time I get it would be like 5 p.m. Oh, you're saying that you could go check it. Either way, you gotta do it. You're in Boston. Instead of overnight here, yeah. It's like a Marriott on the water. Actually, it's an island. Yeah. Great excuse to. What? No, I'm saying I might. Just yeah, Dan. See what's going on. Yeah, the training, but it's the training. In terms of the it's not going. That's you can get on the boat with the guy. From his, he has like a pool in the yard, and from there you can see the sail. I chose not to walk. There's an overlay as well. Yeah. No, it's actually two houses. It's not that it's oh, so you know what I mean. We're going to start in just a minute here. Okay, well, thank you. My name is Robert Garcia. I'm the ranking member of the Oversight Committee. Of course, I'm here with members of the Oversight Committee on Democrats that are clearly focused today on the survivors and accountability, truth, and justice. We're going to hear from some of our committee members here in just a second. I want to just give some thoughts and then answer any questions. Now, we're here in Palm Beach County because so much of this investigation brings us back to this location. We know that the crimes of Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell, the horrible things that happened to so many women and girls, totaling 1,200, could have been stopped and halted had authorities here been listened to, had prosecutors made recommendations to the U.S. Attorney, had been listened to, had survivors been listened to, but time and time again, whether it was at the law enforcement level or whether it was at the U.S. Attorney's Office by Alex Acosta and others, that justice was denied and survivors did not receive justice. We know that that led to the additional abuse and trafficking of women and girls, including of Rosa, who you heard from today. And you heard her a horrific story, and had folks listened, that would not have happened to her and to so many others. We also want to be clear that, especially after today, we want to hear and are demanding to hear from the line prosecutors and law enforcement officials that made some recommendations to prosecute additional names, to go after co-conspirators, and yet were denied those charges, and that evidence was pushed back because of decisions made by the U.S. Attorney at the time, Alex Acosta. Now, we've talked to Mr. Acosta in the past, and we have additional questions. And I think it's important for anyone that was involved in the case here in Palm Beach to know that while we have reached out to some folks to speak to us voluntarily, you will be compelled to answer questions when Democrats are in the majority. If you were involved in this case and tried to do the right thing and made recommendations to the U.S. Attorney to bring prosecutions, we encourage you to testify
and to bring your information to the committee. But if you're unwilling to do so, we are going to compel that testimony because those survivors deserve to understand who and why decisions were made to not move forward with prosecutions that then led to the abuse of so many more women and girls. I'll also say that I want to reiterate to the Attorney General that we expect to see her in front of our committee in just a couple of weeks, and that we expect Republicans and James Comer, because it's his decision alone, to ensure that that testimony is recorded under oath and released to the American public. The survivors deserve nothing less, and I want to again thank them for their courage today to provide testimony under oath. With that, I'm going to turn this over to Representative Frankel, who of course hosted us here today.
Thank you. Thank you to Mr. Garcia and my colleagues. I've been trying to get this hearing here for many years, and I thank you so much for finally bringing folks here. Because folks, so much of the truth lies here, hidden in Palm Beach County, and we still have yet, under oath, heard from some of the key players. Barry Krischer, who was state attorney at the time, the two prosecutors he sent in to a grand jury room to debase our survivors. We need to hear from them, and I can give you another list of associates, law enforcement, state attorney employees who have some of the answers to the big question is, why did Epstein get such a slap on the wrist? Secondly, to Courtney Wild, a bill has been filed actually numerous times to deal with her concern that the survivors were not given notice of the plea and had any opportunity to weigh into that. And I'm just going to end by saying this, because what makes this so tragic and sad is how many lives could have been spared the agony of abuse had the prosecutors in Palm Beach County acted properly, or had they not been overpowered, I should say, overpowered by Jeffrey Epstein and his team of lawyers, politicians, business people, whoever, who obviously overpowered our justice system. And with that, again, thank you. Where are you? Thank you so much for bringing us here, and all of you for your attention. I yield back.
So, you know, we're here at ground zero for where Epstein's crimes occurred. Crimes that were moral crimes, civil crimes, criminal crimes, crimes that I would consider really against humanity, given the systemic harm caused by really what was a global enterprise of trafficking girls. Impossible for me to not think about my own 17-year-old daughter. Again, you see grown women before you who are courageous in their refusal to be silent, but they were mere girls, 14, 15, 16, 17, talented artists, dancers, aspiring teachers, lawyers, models. Their bodies were violated, their dreams devastated, their lives irreparably harmed. When you are violated in such a way as a child, it changes on a very foundational and deep level who you are forever. Your ability to love, to receive love. But it's not only an emotional toll, and certainly the cost of trauma is a high one. But there are also economic expenses, an inability to pursue a job, to keep a job, 20 years of, 30 years, 3 decades of legal fees that no one was counting on. And not only was their innocence corrupted and their bodies violated and their lives changed, their very rights were violated. The Crime Victims' Rights Act grants individuals who are victims of federal crimes specific enforceable rights, including protection from the accused, reasonable, accurate, and timely notice of public proceedings, and the right to be heard. It ensures victims are treated with fairness, dignity, and respect. Well, that did not happen. Their rights were violated. And I'm working closely with survivors for a legislative fix of restorative justice. That's what brings us here today, to learn from the survivors, to identify failures, to hold predators and abusers accountable. And although I commend the survivors for their courage, I look forward to a day where survivors do not have to relive their trauma in order to compel action from their government. And finally, although this is a fight specifically for justice, accountability, and healing for our survivors who deserve so much more than sympathy, which is why I'm seeking to advance a legislative restorative justice fix to acknowledge the economic abuse and financial hardship that many of them still carry today. But this is a fight for all survivors that are victims of sexual assault and human trafficking. And so for that, to ensure that there is no erasure, I want to acknowledge the incredible work of Tarana Burke of the Me Too movement, Amber Tamblyn, and many more, and in my own district of the Massachusetts 7th, My Life, My Choice, and the Boston Area Rape Crisis Center. This is a fight for all survivors.
Good afternoon. I'm Melanie Stansbury, and I am very deeply proud to represent New Mexico's 1st Congressional District and to be part of a state delegation in New Mexico that is seeking to turn the Epstein files into Epstein trials. As we stand here today, New Mexico is the first and only state to pass a state law to investigate this case. And what I think is extraordinary about today, and I want to acknowledge Congresswoman Frankel, is that this is the first congressional hearing on this case to ever be held in West Palm Beach. Think about that. The first criminal allegation against Jeffrey Epstein happened more than 25 years ago in this community. Police looked the other way. Your state Attorney General looked the other way. Our national and federal attorney generals and investigatory bodies looked the other way. The FBI had gobs of evidence that there were criminal enterprises going on here in this community that included the exploitation of children, the trafficking of children across state lines, international trafficking of children and women, and financial crimes. And over the last 2.5 decades, not a single congressional hearing has been held on this case here in this community where it all started. And so I want to say thank you to Congresswoman Frankel and to our soon-to-be chair of the Oversight Committee, because we would not be here if it were not for them and for the survivors who were brave enough to show up today and to tell their stories on camera for the world to hear. Now, I just want to say the failure of the system to hold Jeffrey Epstein, Ghislaine Maxwell, and the potentially dozens of men who exploited young girls and trafficked and participated in the sexual exploitation of survivors. But this was not an isolated incident of failures of a system. This is a system that was designed to exploit children. It was a system that protected the wealthy and powerful, and it was a system that intentionally chose not to prosecute Jeffrey Epstein under federal law, which enabled him to commit potentially hundreds of other cases of rape, abuse, grooming, and transnational sex trafficking. That is not just system failure. That is a system that was designed to enable rich and powerful people to get away with anything that they wanted. And so we're here today to make sure that the voices of survivors, that the stories of survivors are heard not just in this community, but across the world, and to make sure that we take on that system directly. To say we are not going to stand for this one more moment, and to end the injustices that have allowed this to happen in this community and communities all across the country. And so we demand accountability, we demand action, we demand that Pam Bondi show up for her deposition, we demand that Donald Trump release the Epstein files, we demand that Todd Blanche actually prosecute these crimes, and we demand accountability for every single perpetrator that is still out there. We are coming for you.
I'm Emily Randall. I represent Washington State's 6th District, and I had been moved over and over and over by the stories of such brave women who are forced by a system of power to relive their trauma over and over and over in pursuit of justice. And what I hear from my neighbors, and I know that my colleagues hear from the American people across the country, is that this case isn't only about survivors of Epstein's trafficking and sexual crimes, but it is about survivors everywhere who finally feel a little bit of hope that their stories will be listened to and that they will be able to imagine a future in which there is justice. But we're not there yet, because we still are experiencing a Department of Justice that is engaging in a massive cover-up. 2.5 million documents still unreleased in this Epstein investigation. And yet, the release over and over and over again, thousands of times, of the names and personally identifying information of survivors. There's nothing else to call that but witness intimidation, because it cannot be accidental, the number of times that co-conspirators and powerful men have their names redacted in the files and survivors' names are unredacted. No matter how many times they have asked for that privacy and protection, no matter how many women testified under the understanding that they would be identified as Jane Doe, we are seeing information about survivors who have already been traumatized over and over and over again be released as part of this cover-up and part of this intimidation strategy. We are going to continue to fight so that those who are actually culpable, the dozens, hundreds of people who are actually culpable, have their day in the sunlight, that we record their testimony, that we investigate this to the full extent, and we are committed every day to working alongside the survivors to ensure that they are protected to the best of our abilities.
Hi, everyone. Yasmin Ansari, Congresswoman from Arizona's 3rd District. I was a child just a few years younger than many of the women who testified today when Jeffrey Epstein was carrying out his heinous crimes right here in West Palm Beach. These women were girls at the time, over 1,000 girls who should have been protected, but girls who were failed by adults, by institutions, and by their government. And what happened here in West Palm Beach and across the country and across the world was not simply just about the evil of one man. It was a systemic failure that was shaped by inequality, by influence, and by impunity. All of this has been exacerbated by the most corrupt administration in American history, carrying out the most egregious cover-up in American history. And this systemic failure requires systemic solutions. In the minority, Oversight Democrats, led by Ranking Member Garcia, have forced everything that has gotten us to this point today. We would not be here if it were not for Democrats on the Oversight Committee pushing every subpoena, pushing for these depositions, pushing for these transcribed interviews, pushing for Pam Bondi to come before the Oversight Committee. This has been an egregious cover-up by the Trump administration, but also a complete abdication of responsibility by Republicans on the Oversight Committee, barring a few, and by Republican Chairman James Comer. And we will continue, whether now or when we are in the majority, to make sure that every single person who enabled, who perpetrated, or who covered up these heinous crimes will be held accountable. And we know from what we heard from the women today, and we've known this, it's in the files, that there are rich and powerful men out there right now continuing to live their lives without any consequences. And we assure you that day will end.
Good afternoon. I'm James Walkinshaw from Virginia's 11th District. We're here today in Palm Beach County, ground zero, the center, the place where Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell's massive child sex trafficking ring started. We're just miles from Mar-a-Lago, the place where the close friendship between Epstein and Donald Trump grew, where Virginia Giuffre was trafficked and later raped by Jeffrey Epstein. We heard today powerful stories from survivors, including Rosa from Uzbekistan, who was recruited and held hostage by the visa that Epstein controlled. Powerful stories. And I hope the world was watching. I specifically hope that Alex Acosta was watching, because we learned today from Rosa that she was raped time after time after time by Jeffrey Epstein while he was serving the sweetheart deal sentence that Alex Acosta gave him. While he was on unsupervised, very unsupervised release, he was continuing to commit the very crimes that women like Maria Farmer and others brought to the attention of the FBI decades ago. I hope another person was watching today. I hope Pam Bondi was watching. And I hope she saw the courage of the survivors here today who told their stories, in most cases, again, in front of all the cameras, with all of the bright lights for the world to see. And I hope Pam Bondi will feel some shame for the fact that she has tried time after time after time to avoid public accountability. She wants to answer questions behind closed doors, in private, where the world can't see it, with no video. Well, Pam Bondi, that is not good enough. That is not good enough. You need to show 1 ounce of the courage that the women here today showed. They deserve your public testimony on video. The American people deserve it too. I'll go back to the ranking member.
Thank you. We're going to open up for a couple questions. Before I do, I want to say a couple important things as we close. Number one, I hope today reminds the public that this investigation is not a hoax and it's not over, and that unlike Todd Blanche, the acting AG, who just a week ago said that the DOJ was moving on from the Epstein investigation, we understand that it is alive and well and moving forward, and we have a lot of work to do ahead of us. And the second thing is, for this community, it's important for the folks of Palm Beach County, Palm Beach, West Palm Beach to understand and to know that there's a lot of folks that worked for law enforcement, that were lawyers involved in this case, that were investigators, or that have heard stories or know information or evidence that we want to access. So I encourage anyone for the Palm Beach community that we have information about Jeffrey Epstein, Ghislaine Maxwell, the crimes, or the cover-ups that happened, to please contact the Oversight Committee. We have a protected system, a whistleblower system, that we encourage you to please access if you have information that could help us in our investigation. And with that, I'll open it up for any questions.
Your last interview now as a committee is scheduled for July 15th. Do you expect that there will be more before the election? How many and who, by name if you can, do each of you most want to hear from as your investigation continues?
Look, we're working right now through a list of additional subpoenas that we want to get through. Some we're communicating directly with the majority on, so we're waiting to see if they move on those or not. but I think it's safe to say that we're interested in speaking to anyone that was involved, particularly prosecutors that were involved in making recommendations about the Sweetheart deal, what happened here in Palm Beach, and more broadly in some of the other cases that were brought forward to the government. That's one piece of folks we want to speak to. We also have additional questions for other folks that we believe were involved in assisting Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell. Some of those you and I discussed earlier, but we're not at this moment ready to release additional names.
If you win back the House in November, will you bring back the people that were already called in to testify since they testified behind closed doors? There were no cameras, there's no transparency. Will you bring the survivors back so that they can actually be recorded into the Congressional Library and on the record? And who else do you plan to call? And will you call anyone from your own party?
So let me add, one is obviously as it relates to survivors, we're never going to force a survivor to be compelled to speak in front of the committee, but any survivor that wants to speak and have the opportunity, absolutely. And we definitely have additional questions for folks that we've talked to. I'll take Alex Acosta as a very good example. We'll definitely have additional questions. As far as members from our party, we have been nonpartisan in our approach. We don't care if you're a Republican or a Democrat, we'll talk to you. And I think we said earlier that we have additional questions. I want to understand why Merrick Garland in the former Justice Department under the Biden administration did little to nothing to bring justice for the survivors or have additional prosecutions. And so Merrick Garland, for me, is at the top of that list of folks that we need to speak to and ask questions of. And I think there are a variety of other folks, and if anyone else wants to add to that, there's a variety of other folks we want to speak with. Yes.
Yes, Representative Garcia, Dave Bowman, WPTV. It was hailed as a victory when the bill passed that House where the files were going to be released. And yet you heard today that while a few representations because people abroad have been investigating, that the names of the survivors came out. What do you do moving forward to try to prevent that? And to get names of the perpetrators released when your own survivors today said they don't have a lot of confidence in that.
Yeah, I mean, I put the blame squarely on former Attorney General Pam Bondi for that. She has had a direct hand in this cover-up from the beginning. Not only did they move slowly, but they were sloppy. We heard from survivors, as you mentioned, that their lives have been destroyed while names of men and co-conspirators who committed the crimes were redacted. So I think that there needs to be that's why we need to hear from Pam Bondi at the end of this month under oath on camera in front of the American people, because she is to blame for this. And there should be, I believe, accountability for her and for what she did here. She has ruined lives. I mean, we heard such devastating stories today about people's children hearing these stories for the first time, women whose details of their sexual assault and abuse was revealed because of the botching of these files. The law was very clear that any personally identifiable information as it pertains to survivors should have been redacted. This is not an accident. The Department of Justice chose to do this because they want to silence people. They want this to go away. Donald Trump has made that abundantly clear. He's directed his staff to make sure that happens. And I believe that the reason these mistakes were made was, again, not an accident and at the direction of Pam Bondi.
And moreover, I would just say that what this proves, the fact that none of our Republican colleagues are here today. For Democrats, this is not a midterm campaign strategy. This is not about political gamesmanship or upsmanship, but clearly for them, fighting for naming the Epstein files in their campaigning. The Epstein files, by the way, are real people. These are real people's lives, right? That was just purely political for them. As proven by their obstruction and by their defiance and their unwillingness to comply with legally binding subpoenas. And then finally, I would just say something that really just stayed with me today. There have been so many instances of insult to injury. Not only were vile acts committed by this vermin in their predator, pedophile Ponzi scheme that is a lifetime sentence for these survivors. This trauma is showing up and manifesting in their lives in so many ways.
But it is insult to injury that there was an institutional betrayal by law enforcement, by the Department of Justice, and now today by House Republicans. And their rights were not honored in the Crime Victims' Rights Act. And the fact, as Congresswoman Randall speaks to, that their names have been unredacted. That was some of the most devastating testimony here today, this insult to injury. And in the words of Virginia Giuffre, we need to know who the monsters are. We need to follow every single road. We don't care if they're Democrat, Republican, independent, what state they live in, what their job is, if they're a politician, if they're a president, or if even they are a prince. We will follow all roads because this is not political for us. This is deeply personal. This is about these survivors and their families. And every monster, in the words of Virginia Giuffre, needs to be named and shamed because they could still be out there committing these evil, vile acts.
Okay, last question.
I just want to know if former state attorney, Mr. Fisher, if he's been invited to testify, and what are his testimonies feel so far?
What I can say is that we have invited some former Florida officials to testify voluntarily. That has yet to happen, and so we are prepared to compel testimony in the future. That's something that we're looking at right now. Thank you very much.
Morris. Hey, how are you? How's everything?
keep our communities and country safe. Director Patel, Saralta, I know you well, sir. And Administrator Cole, please express my gratitude to the agents and deputies, duty officers, professional staff, and families who support your agencies. I appreciate their service in Kansas. Kansans appreciate their service at home and in our country, and our country is safer because of what they do. Traditionally, the subcommittee has only received a budget defense from the Attorney General on behalf of the entire Department of Justice and the Director of the FBI. As the chairman of this subcommittee, I've had the opportunity to meet with many dedicated professional law enforcement officers and staff at ATF, the DEA, FBI, and United States Marshal Service. I've long believed that these agencies, they also deserve, in addition to the FBI, in addition to the Department of Justice, the opportunity to explain to this committee the resources they need to execute their missions. Each of you, all these agencies are important, and I want this subcommittee to be able to hear from you and to ask you questions regarding your budget requests. Our witnesses will discuss their budget requests in greater detail today, so I'll only note that each component has requested an increase above the FY 2026 enacted levels. We've had several years of relatively flat budgets, and in the case of ATF, significant reductions. These agencies need additional resources to carry out their responsibilities effectively. I've seen firsthand the important work these agencies are doing in my home state, whether it's ATF expanding crime gun intelligence through its partnership at Wichita State University, DEA's effort to combat fentanyl trafficking and support law enforcement in rural communities across Kansas, the FBI's coordination with state and local partners as Kansas City prepares to host soccer matches during the FIFA 2026 World Cup, or the Marshals working alongside local law enforcement through fugitive task forces across the District of Kansas. Today's hearing is an opportunity for this committee to better understand the challenges facing each of your agencies, the resources you believe are necessary to carry out your missions, and how Congress can best support the men and women serving in the federal law enforcement. I appreciate each of you being here today, and I look forward to your testimony. Senator Van Hollen, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I look forward to working with you again to write a bill that provides the resources the FBI, DEA, ATF, and the U.S. Marshal Service need to protect their core missions, ensuring the safety, security, and rights of the American people. I also look forward to continuing to work with you to ensure oversight and accountability regarding the new FBI headquarters and making sure that it meets the mission and security requirements of the FBI. And I welcome all the witnesses today as we recognize key members of our American law enforcement family during National Police Week. I look forward to hearing about the various budget requests, but we should acknowledge that we are not gathered here at this hearing at a normal time, because what we are learning about what's happening at the FBI is anything but normal. Director Patel, as you ask for more taxpayer resources, we cannot look away from the credible, extremely troubling reports about your misconduct at the FBI. All four of you hold positions of great public trust. The American people trust that each of you will responsibly exercise your powers to protect them. You're expected to be on call night and day, able to make quick decisions to guard our nation's security. You must always be prepared to answer that call, whether it comes at 3 p.m. or 3 a.m. That is your duty. Director Patel, I don't care one bit about your private life, and I don't give a damn about what you do on your own time and your own dime, unless and until it interferes with your public responsibilities. Being the director of the FBI is an awesome responsibility. And when your private actions make it impossible for you to perform your public duties, we have a big problem. You cannot perform those public duties if you're incapacitated. And Director Patel, these reports about your conduct, including reports of your being so drunk and hungover that your staff had to force entry into your home, are extremely alarming. If true, they demonstrate a gross dereliction of your duty and a betrayal of public trust. I cannot imagine ever having to worry about former FBI directors Wray or Mueller spending multiple weekends drinking heavily at the Poodle Room in Las Vegas. Now, I understand that you've denied these reports, and you will have a chance today here to challenge them. But the problem with your leadership does not end there. We're also witnessing a litany of other abuses. Political firings of trusted career agents whose only fault was following the facts and the law. That includes the firing of agents and staff from a special counterintelligence unit that monitored threats from Iran. Weaponizing the FBI to seek political revenge on former FBI Director James Comey and others. Using FBI investigative resources to go after journalists who write stories that you don't like. And just this morning, we learned more details about your firing of Brian Driscoll, a decorated FBI special agent with nearly 2 decades of experience. He claims in an interview that you made clear that his failure at the FBI was tied to, that his future at the FBI was tied to his political allegiance to Donald Trump. So you're asking for more resources at a time that you're misspending valuable resources on political revenge instead of focusing on defending our national security. I'm pleased, as the chairman said, that all of your agencies noticed our bipartisan opposition to the deep cuts from last year and have presented more robust plans this year. There's still major gaps to be addressed. One notable example among the DOJ programs is the elimination of the organized crime drug enforcement task forces. As I understand it, DEA was oddly sidelined in this process. I'm also concerned about diverting resources away from core missions of each of your agencies to fuel President Trump's mass deportation agenda. Trump told us he was going after the, quote, worst of the worst who posed a danger to our communities. That would be fine. But if you look at the Department of Homeland Security's own data, overwhelmingly the people being targeted and locked up pose no risk to public safety. So when you divert resources away from fighting serious violent crime to locking people up who mostly don't pose a risk to public safety, you're making us less, not more safe. Let me close by thanking the thousands of law enforcement personnel, both local, state, and federal, who work tirelessly each day to keep us all safe. And I look forward to the hearing and discussion today. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
You're welcome. You're welcome, Ranking Member. I look forward to working with you as we work our way through these budget requests and our appropriations process. I now recognize our witnesses for their testimony, and I recognize the Director of the FBI, Kash Patel.
Good afternoon, Chairman Moran, Ranking Member Van Hollen, and members of the subcommittee. Thank you for inviting me to represent the FBI's fiscal year 2027. It's an honor to represent the 36,000 men and women of the FBI that serve around the country and around the world, especially during Police Week.
Director, would you pull the mic closer, please?
Of course.
Thank you.
This week, especially for Police Week, we pause to commemorate the incredible dedication and bravery of our law enforcement communities across the country who stand on the front lines and shield our citizens from dangers and threaten our everyday way of life. Every day, the FBI safeguards our nation's safety and security with our law enforcement partners. To achieve our no-fail mission, we fully support the president's budget proposal for the FBI for $12.53 billion to get us right-sized. Before getting into specifics, I'd like to highlight that the importance of the FBI mission is never more important than at this critical time, especially during the recent violent attacks during the White House Correspondents' Dinner, which all too many of us were there. I was proud that the FBI within moments immediately jumped into action, launched a bi-coastal investigation, launched fixed wing and rotary assets and men and women in evidence response teams, bond technicians, and interviews. And within 24 hours, we had that evidence from California to Boston, back in Washington, D.C., and the individual was charged. That is truly exemplary work by the interagency and our state and local partners and the men and women of the FBI. Thanks to the brilliant personnel at the FBI, this year has been truly historic in the reduction of crime. It has been a record-breaking year. We have seen in 2025 alone a historic 20-point decline in the nation's murder rate. We also saw 44,000 violent offenders arrested by this FBI last year alone. To put that in perspective, that's twice as many violent offenders arrested in all of 2024. The FBI seized more than 2,200 kilograms of fentanyl last year. That's a 31% increase from 2024. That's enough to kill 180 million Americans across this country. The FBI arrested 8 of our top 10 most wanted fugitives in just 14 months. To put that in perspective, that's double the number of the entirety of the prior administration. We've made over 3,000 arrests and seized over 1,000 firearms at the border, including 90 high-value targets from Mexico brought here for prosecution. And through our leadership in the Homeland Security Task Force and the interagency, A 6-week effort led by the HSTFs contributed to 400 operations, 32 federal agents working it, and 91 metric tons of drugs were seized. We've also seen unprecedented progress in protecting our most vulnerable, our children. In 2025, we located more than 6,300 missing kids. That's a 30% increase from 2024. And we arrested more than 2,000 child predators and human traffickers in 2025. That's a 17% increase from 2024. We also wiped out 4 million pedophile accounts off the dark web entirely. And we also focused in on the 764 network, those who especially target our youth and are vulnerable online. And we saw a 500% increase in the arrests of the NVE community. In terms of national security, we've been equally aggressive on that front as well, on the counterterrorism side, on the domestic and homegrown violent extremist side. And there's no overstating that our work, the men and women at the FBI, proudly stopped 4 terrorist attacks in the month of December last year alone in California, Pennsylvania, Texas, and New York. We also stood up the NSPM Joint Mission Center, integrating intelligence and operational expertise across our agencies to disrupt political violence and domestic terrorism. We finally empowered our capabilities at the FBI with an AI advancement that the FBI workforce has not seen. This FBI is up using AI 230% across our enterprise. The Bureau is fully engaged in defending against cyber attacks from nation state adversaries, criminals, and everything in between. Last year, our Internet Crime Complaint Center fielded more than 1 million complaints that totaled nearly $21 billion in losses based on cyber theft. We've also seen an increase in complex financial crime arrests, included 400 indictments, and seized over $1.6 billion in funds related to those crimes, a 65% increase. Maybe most impactful in terms of scams, the FBI has led the overseas operations in Cambodia, Thailand, and Burma, crippling the scam center compound stood up by the CCP, including the arrest of an individual responsible for $14 billion in scams alone. And we're scuttling these compounds one by one. Just last week in Dubai, thanks to the cooperation of the FBI and the Dubai National Police and MPS, we arrested 300 individuals, freed 2,000 people who forced into traffic labor, and shut down a $4 billion scam center that was operating to fleece Americans and seniors of their hard-earned dollars. The FBI's unique authorities on these front lines show that we're defending the homeland. Just last month, we extradited Zhu Wei, one of the top 2 cyber hackers from Italy. They say we couldn't get him. They thought the CCP was going to get him, but now he's here in prison. Our work collectively on the counterintelligence mission speaks for itself. 43% more counterintelligence arrests in 2025 than all of 2024 from China, DPRK, Russia, and elsewhere. And as you know, to Mr. Chairman, we are busy getting ready for protecting Americans from every event of the Olympics, the World Cup, the F1, the Super Bowl, as we drive into 2028. But this summer, all eyes are focused on the World Cup, and the FBI and DHS stand ready, learning from our valuable experiences and focusing on a 14-month lift to ensure everybody is taken care of when they visit our country for this World Cup event. Lastly, we have secured record-breaking achievements to include task force officers from around the country, including deputizing our own officers, reducing the task force officer pipeline from 14 months to 60 days, allowing men and women in law enforcement to work together at speeds that have never been delivered before. With your continued support, this FBI stands ready to continue this great work, and I stand ready to answer any and all questions from you. And categorically, Mr. Vice Chairman, when you say there's credible reporting, just because you say it's credible, it doesn't make it so. This FBI is doing a historic level of crime reduction across the country. I'm proud to lead it. And if you want to cite media reporting to discredit the men and women of the FBI, go right ahead. The target's right here. The mission has never been more successful.
Administrator Terrence Cole, Drug Enforcement Agency.
Chairman Moran, Ranking Member Van Hollen, and members of the subcommittee, thank you for the opportunity to appear before you today. It's an honor to be here during National Police Week when we recognize the men and women of law enforcement who have given their lives in the line of duty. I appreciate your continued support of the Drug Enforcement Administration and nearly 9,000 professionals who carry out the mission across the United States and around the world. As a law enforcement veteran of more than 30 years, I come before you with a straightforward message. The threat we face today is unlike anything we've seen before. The DEA's mission has never been more urgent. Fentanyl continues to kill Americans at alarming rates. It's not just another drug threat, it's a weapon of mass destruction. Measured in American lives lost every day, it's produced and distributed by transnational criminal organizations that have industrialized death for profit. The Sinaloa and Jalisco New Generation cartels, now designated foreign terrorist organizations, are driving this crisis. They operate as a global enterprise. They use sophisticated supply chains, financial networks, and technology to move poison into our communities. They are well-funded, highly adaptive, and relentless. We have to be just as relentless in our response, and DEA is leading the fight. We're taking the fight directly to these organizations with aggressive, intelligence-driven enforcement. Our focus is clear: target leadership, break their command and control, disrupt supply chains, hold accountable those who profit from the addiction and death, including the global networks that supply precursor chemicals to make fentanyl production possible. And we are delivering results. In one recent coordinated surge, DEA and our partners made more than 600 arrests. We seized hundreds of kilograms of fentanyl, multi-ton quantities of cocaine and meth, hundreds of firearms, and more than $11 million in U.S. currency. Across our fentanyl operations, we've made thousands of arrests tied to trafficking networks, seized millions of fentanyl pills, removed hundreds of kilograms of fentanyl powder from circulation. Those numbers translate directly into lives saved. We're also seeing an impact at our community level. In one city alone, targeted operations with our partners led to the reduction in violent crime of more than 1/3, and a significant amount of drugs and firearms taken off the streets. Drug trafficking drives violence. When we dismantle these networks, we're not just removing drugs, we're making communities safer. We're also focused on the financial side of this fight. We're going after the money, including the use of cryptocurrency and other tools that these organizations rely on to move and hide profits. Our reach is both global and local. DEA operates in 82 offices across 62 countries and maintains a presence of 26 field divisions with more than 200 offices here at home. This allows us to attack the problem from source to the street. We do this work with discipline and accountability. DEA's workforce is a driven agency. We have nearly 9,000 employees on board against an authorized level of nearly 9,700 employees. That includes just over 4,000 special agents on board compared to nearly 4,800 authorized. We prioritize putting people where they have the greatest impact, on the front lines. We're also careful stewards of the taxpayers' resources. More than 80% of our budget supports mandatory costs like salaries. Only a small portion is available for operational work. That means every operational dollar has to count, and it does. We prioritize keeping agents in the field, focus our resources on action that dismantles organizations and removes drugs from our community. We measure success by impact. Networks disrupted, communities protected, lives saved. The president's budget reflects confidence in that approach. It supports DEA's mission, our results, and our stewardship of resources entrusted to us. At the same time, the threat continues to evolve. These organizations move fast. They exploit global supply chains, digital platforms, and financial systems. To keep the pace, DEA has to strengthen its capacity in intelligence, data, and technology. This means giving our agents and analysts the tools to connect information, identify networks, and act quickly. It means improving how we share intelligence with federal, state, local, tribal, and international partners. And it means making sure our workforce has what it needs to do the job. This is about enabling investigators to get out from behind the desk and onto the streets where they have the greatest impact. Our mission is simple: protect Americans and save American lives. We do this by enforcing the law, dismantling organizations driving this crisis, and working with our partners across the country and around the world. The men and women of DEA understand what is at stake. They see it every day. They carry out this mission with professionalism and purpose. With your continued support, we will stay on the offensive. We will keep pressure on the cartels. We will continue to disrupt networks driving the fentanyl crisis. And we will continue to protect Americans with the resources you entrust to us. Thank you, and I look forward to your questions.
Thank you, Administrator. Now, Director Seralta of the United States Marshal Service. Director.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, subcommittee members. Good afternoon, and thank you for the opportunity to testify on behalf of the United States Marshal Service fiscal year 2027 President's budget request. The United States Marshal Service occupies a uniquely central position in the federal justice system. While protecting the judiciary, we're also the enforcement arm of the federal courts, involved in virtually every federal law enforcement initiative. Further, we are the federal government's primary agency for fugitive investigations and have the broadest arrest authority among federal law enforcement agencies. The U.S. Marshal Service has been at the apex of federal judicial protection, investigation, and enforcement with vast mission responsibilities such as witness protection and prisoner management as well. The United States Marshal Service is unique from all other agencies and has no control over the workload for our primary mission: protecting, defending, and enforcing the American justice system. For example, we cannot control the number of threats to our protectees and the subsequent required protection details. Prisoners that enter our custody cannot be controlled. How many federal witnesses we protect, or how many judicial proceedings are held each year. We're excited to work with you in advancing the United States Marshal Service forward in fiscal year 2027. This will require increases in personal equipment for critical safety needs. Our total budget request for nearly $5.2 billion includes, God bless you, $2.2 billion for salaries and expenses, $15 million for construction, and $3 billion for federal prisoner detention. Our workforce is one of the smallest in the federal law enforcement, at about 3,800 deputy U.S. Marshals. However, in fiscal year 2025, we arrested over 73,000 fugitives, conducted over 308,000 prisoner movements, housed over 55,000 prisoners, managed 37,000 assets worth $10.4 billion, provided security details for 18 protectees, in addition to securing the residences of the U.S. Supreme Court justices. Our continued success depends on our ability to provide the appropriate funding and personnel to support our missions. The fiscal year 2027 President's budget request maintains and advances funding for core activities. The U.S. Marshal Service requests program increases of $478 million for salaries and expenses appropriation to support the addition of 918 positions, of which 645 positions are for much needed Deputy United States Marshals. The budget request increases funding for judicial security and protective operations, establishes a protective equipment program, provides permanent resources for safe task forces, expands immigration enforcement, right-sizes fugitive task forces, and institutes a cyclical replacement of vehicles. One highlight of the U.S. Marshal Service budget request is one that is always at the forefront of my heart and this committee's concern, and that's the safety and security of our law enforcement officers. This morning at the Marshal Service headquarters, we honored our fallen as part of our National Police Week ceremonies, recognizing officers who have lost their lives in the line of duty. We read the names of more than 300 of them. It is imperative that we provide the best equipment and training to aid in protecting our deputies while accomplishing our operational missions safely and successfully. I would like to discuss a matter of utmost importance: courthouse security and our construction appropriation. Unfortunately, the backlog of renovation projects to fix critical facility and security deficiency currently exceeds $484 million. Additional funding is necessary to maintain the infrastructure for the safety of the judicial officials, courtroom participants, the public, and our personnel. Lastly, the Marshal Service is required to house all detainees remanded to the custody of the Attorney General and must ensure sufficient resources are available for their housing and care. We have had some funding challenges in the last few years and appreciate the President's budget request of $3 billion. In closing, our continued success depends on our ability to provide the appropriate funding and personnel to support these vital functions. And so on behalf of the brave men and women of the United States Marshal Service, I thank you.
Thank you. And now Robert Sakata, the Director of the Alcohol, Tobacco, Firearms, and I appreciate your attendance. Thank you.
Good afternoon, sir. Good afternoon, Chairman Moran, Ranking Member Van Hollen, and members of the subcommittee. Thank you for the opportunity to discuss the President's fiscal year 2027 budget request for the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, Firearms, and Explosives. I am truly honored to be here. ATF is the only federal law enforcement agency whose primary mission is combating violent crime. We arrest violent criminals, disrupt firearms trafficking networks that arm gangs and cartels, investigate bombings and arsons, and deliver world-class forensic and intelligence services to state and local partners, all while protecting the Second Amendment rights of law-abiding Americans. We are a small federal agency with roughly 4,600 employees, but we are mighty. Our actions speak for themselves. Since January 20th, 2025, ATF has arrested over 8,700 criminals and seized nearly 44,000 firearms. Approximately 5,100 were interdicted before they were trafficked into Mexico. Just over 2.7 million rounds of ammunition and more than 28,300 illegal explosives were also interdicted and seized as evidence. ATF also investigated more than 3,500 arson and explosives incidents and deployed the National Response Team to 22 callouts, including the Palisades wildfire in California. We completed more than 11,000 FFL inspections and processed nearly 856,000 firearm trace requests for our state and local partners. We've also been very busy making operational improvements to our e-forms processing times. Between January 1, 2026 and April 14, 2026, ATF received more than 1 million e-form applications and finalized nearly 924,000 of those applications. Today, we are on track to hit a new record. By the end of May, we will have processed as many e-form 1 and 4 applications in 2026 as we did in the entirety of 2023. We have done all of this while cutting e-forms 1 processing times from 47 days to 42 days, and cutting e-form 4 processing times from 230 days in 2023 to just 12 days today. The funds Congress has appropriated to date have allowed ATF to make a tangible difference in communities throughout the country every single day. ATF provides critical services to state and local law enforcement at no cost, including firearms tracing, ballistic intelligence, and forensic laboratory examinations involving firearms, arson, and explosives. These capabilities are central to identifying shooters, disrupting trafficking networks, and solving violent crime. ATF is grateful for this funding and has achieved a tremendous result, but without adequate investments by Congress, these results are not further sustainable. That is what makes the President's FY27 budget request for ATF so important. It totals $1.652 billion for salaries and expenses with 4,749 full-time equivalents. It is what ATF requires to sustain our mission. Notably, the administration's budget includes 2 program enhancements, $7.8 million for NIBIN and $25.8 million for combating gun violence. The NIBIN enhancement will enable ATF to replace aging ballistics imaging equipment and expand correlation services to additional sites. This would ensure timely investigative lead generation, allowing law enforcement to identify and apprehend violent offenders more effectively. The combating gun violence enhancement will enable ATF to add 86 positions, including 60 special agents, to support the expansion of firearms trafficking task forces along the southwest border and increase ATF's ability to identify, disrupt, and dismantle cross-border smuggling operations. If enacted, the administration's budget will enable ATF to sustain core capabilities, modernize critical infrastructure, and continue providing and expanding access to services for law enforcement partners, allowing us to continue focusing on our unique mission of combating violent crime. The Senate has been a staunch supporter of ATF's mission. I'm deeply grateful for that. I look forward to continuing to work together. I thank you all again. I look forward to your questions.
Director Sakata, thank you very much. We'll now begin with a round of questions, and I'll begin with you, Administrator Cole. I just returned from a visit to China, where in conversations with Chinese leaders, we again push the issue of precursor chemicals and their import to Mexico and ultimately the drugs to the United States. I've also been to Mexico and met with the leadership there to encourage them to discourage China from continuing to import those precursors. What's the DEA? What are you doing as the administrator to engage those foreign partners in China as well as other places, India, for example, to break down this supply chain?
Senator, thank you. And DEA is laser focused on targeting and disrupting the supply chain out of China as well as in India. We've held 2 bilaterals this year with Chinese officials, one at DEA headquarters and the other one at our Rocky Mountain Field Division. We continue to work on the ground in Beijing, China with NCB, the National Control Board in China, as well as MPS, the Ministry of Public Safety. We continue to stay engaged. We continue to target the Chinese organizations that are sending this precursor chemicals into Mexico for the manufacturing of fentanyl to come across our border. We will continue to stay on our front foot. We'll continue to target. We'll continue to work with U.S. Ambassador David Perdue on the ground in China, who's been a tremendous advocate on the ground, not only for all federal law enforcement, but for protecting American citizens in our country from this danger of the precursor chemicals that continue to flow into Mexico and into Colombia.
Trader, how do you evaluate the interest, the willingness of the Chinese officials and other foreign countries, their leadership in actually assisting in keeping the precursors out?
And at the ground level, we're working extremely well. I think there are still barriers that are in place. I know the president's visit this week will be fruitful as we continue to stay on the offense when it comes to protecting Americans to this precursor chemicals that continue to flow into Mexico and China. The Mexican authorities have stepped up their game with bilateral cooperation. I think everybody at this table has seen an increase in the cooperation with Mexico, but we need more. We can only determine the effect when we start to see the decrease in Americans that are dying at the hands of this poison that is coming out of Mexico, but is being fueled by China and India.
Thank you for your efforts, and I look forward to results. Director Serralta, you are the second U.S. Marshal I ever met in a visit to Florida when you were in the District of Florida, and I appreciate the hospitality you extended to me, 3 years ago or so, as I tried to learn about the Marshal Service in this capacity I hold on this committee. You mentioned infrastructure at courthouses. I've taken an interest over the years in the Commerce Justice Science Subcommittee working to provide additional resources for judiciary security. And that has included security operations, courthouse security, protective details, and threat response capabilities. We've also worked to provide legislation so that information can be removed from websites regarding members of the judiciary and their families. You mentioned another aspect of this in your testimony, and that's about infrastructure. I leaned back to my staff to ask if this subcommittee has jurisdiction over infrastructure at courthouses, which I didn't necessarily think we did, but we do because it comes out of your budget. So I wanted to give you the chance to highlight, for me at least, what's the current circumstances that our judges and court officials face in regard to threats? And if you want to re-highlight for us the things that we might do to be helpful to make their persons more secure.
Thank you, Senator Moran. It was a pleasure to have you in Florida. I hope to do that again sometime.
You did that never knowing that you were going to be the director of the U.S. Marshals Service.
I did not know that. Correct. So our judicial security protective operations is due to with the president's budget to have an increase of $34.6 million. And that's going to strengthen and expand the protective operations mission by adding more dedicated teams and allow the USMS to surge resources when threats necessitate enhanced judicial security. But you bring about the question about the construction backlog, which I mentioned in my opening. The construction backlog is $484 million, and that includes 30 million of it for prisoner elevators. So anytime we have to take a prisoner through a different elevator up the steps, we risk the prisoner injuring himself or someone being injured by having the prisoner walking in unsecure locations. So it is a serious concern. It is something that I believe goes to the judicial security as a whole. The Marshal Service mitigates and we triage what areas we work with first with the input of the judiciary.
You would take just one more minute before I turn to Senator Van Hollen. What threats, what's the significance of the threats members of the judiciary and their court officers face today? Is it changing?
So for the last several years, there's been an increase in threats. Any threat that is a viable threat to a judge, to us, is serious business. It's something that we will investigate and arrest individuals and seek prosecution on. So there has been an increase in threats. It's been over the past several years, and it's fueled primarily by social media, where folks can be brave on the internet, yet when we go meet up with them, they're not so brave.
Thank you. Senator Van Hollen.
Thank you. Director Cicada, you hold a position of public trust. Do you agree that you should lead by example and be held to at least the same standard of conduct as you expect of ATF agents?
Yes, sir.
And would you agree that if one of your agents was unable to perform his or her duties because of excessive drinking, you would need to take corrective action or disciplinary measures?
Yes, sir.
Director Seralta, same question for you with respect to the U.S. Marshal Service. Do you agree with the responses from Director Cicada?
Ranking Member Van Hollen, that would be correct. I would do that after a thorough investigation by our internal affairs.
Administrator Cole, same question to you with respect to the DEA.
Yes, sir. I would echo what Rob and Gaddy have said. After a thorough review by our OPR, Office of Professional Responsibility. Yes, sir.
Director Patel, do you agree with these three gentlemen? As
Yes, sir.
The FBI. So you agree, Director Patel, that if one of your agents was unable to perform his or her duties because of excessive drinking, you would need to take corrective or disciplinary action. You agree with that statement?
We would implement the inspection review process, just like these other agencies have their own internal investigations, and complete that review.
As I said in my opening remarks, I really don't care about your personal life so long as you are able to perform your public and official responsibilities, which are awesome responsibilities. Multiple reports, including reporting by The Atlantic, have alleged episodes of excessive drinking, unexplained absences, and behavior that concern current and former FBI and DOJ officials. You have publicly denied those allegations and filed a defamation lawsuit. So today, as you testify before Congress, is it your testimony that those allegations are categorically false?
Unequivocally, categorically false.
So there have been no occasions during your tenure when FBI personnel were unable to promptly reach you?
Absolutely not. You can ask my entire workforce. They hear from me at every single hour of the day, as do these great gentlemen here, as do the men and women of the interagency and state and local law enforcement and the White House.
And so there have been no occasions when your security detail had difficulty waking or locating you. Is that right?
Nope, it's a total farce. I don't even know where you get this stuff, but it doesn't make it credible because you say so.
I'm not saying it, Director Patel. It's been written and documented.
You are literally saying it.
No, I'm saying that these are reports, Director Patel.
No,
and
unlike
I
your
will
baseless
say,
reports,
Director
the only person that
Patel-
was slinging margaritas in El Salvador on the taxpayer dollar with a convicted gangbanging rapist was you.
You know,
the only person that ran up a
Director
$7,000 bar tab in Washington, D.C. at the
This
lobby bar
suggests to me-
was you. So
this
the only
suggests
individual in
to
this
me that
room
the
that has
allegations
been
are
drinking on
true.
taxpayer dime during
Are
the
you
day
polygraphing?
is you.
Director Patel, come on. These are serious allegations that were made against you.
The
They're in a
allegations
lawsuit
are
that you
false.
filed.
You drinking margaritas with a gangbanger
Actually,
is true and on
it just
video.
goes to show you don't-
running a $7,000
this goes-
bar tab at the lobby bar
Director Patel,
has been filed by your own
this
office.
goes to
drink
show-
during the day. That's you.
Mr.
This is
Chairman-
the ultimate example of hypocrisy.
Chairman-
I will not be tarnished by baseless allegations
let
or
me ask
fraudulent
the
statements from the media.
The fact that you mentioned that indicates you don't know what you are talking about. Now here, Director
The only thing I
Patel-
know is you're the one drinking margaritas with felons.
Actually, that's a false statement. And I'm asking you about your statements.
I've answered that.
And I'm asking you about a particular report. And
It's not a
your
report.
testimony is, so let me ask you this. Are you willing to take the test that it's called the audit test that members of our active duty military and others take to determine whether they have a drinking problem?
I'll take any test you're willing to take.
I will take it, Director Patel. I'll take it. You ready to take it?
Let's go.
Yes or no?
Let's go. Side
I'll
by
take it.
side.
I'll take it. All right. I think that the fact that you're so, have you ordered polygraph tests of members of your team to determine how that story came about?
The FBI conducts polygraph tests all the time.
No. Have you ordered polygraph tests for members of your team to determine who was the source of the stories that I'm asking you about?
I don't order any polygraph tests. There's an internal inspection review process for any and all leaks, especially of baseless information at the FBI that's been in place for the last 30 years. Those processes are followed by career intelligence and agents on the ground.
So I'll take that as a yes, since you said that these were unauthorized disclosures. I have another round of questioning regarding your firing people who were important to gathering intelligence with respect to Iran, but I'll wait for my second round. Thank you, Chairman.
Senator Collins, we're pleased to have the chairwoman of the full committee with us.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Director Patel, the proliferation of illegal marijuana grow houses connected to transnational criminal organizations originating in China is an ongoing problem in the state of Maine. A DHS memo in 2023 estimated that Maine had as many as 270 Chinese-backed illegal marijuana operations, producing up to an estimated $4.3 billion in illicit revenues. Since then, thousands of pounds of illegal marijuana have been seized, primarily because of the tireless work of our Maine sheriffs and local law enforcement in Maine. One other side effect of these illegal grow operations is they usually destroy the houses in which they're located, which exacerbates the housing shortage in my state. Last year, you testified that the FBI would be sending more resources to the field, specifically to Maine, to combat these dangerous operations. I speak with Maine sheriffs frequently about this problem, and they have reported some improvement in federal interest and participation. For example, federal support has been critical to track money laundering, which is often linked to these operations, and in providing interpreter services to question individuals who are arrested, who often appear to have been trafficked and forced to work and live at these sites under hazardous conditions and don't speak English. Bring me up to date on how the FBI is working to address these dangerous grow houses that are operating not just in Maine, although we're a particular target, but Oklahoma, California, and other states as well. It's essential that we have support from FBI, from DEA, from Treasury. This has